How's it going, everybody? I'm Bearhead2 and welcome to Pikmin 2 pre-release and unused content. But before I begin the video, I want to admit something here. This is not the first time I've made this video. It's a bit of a tragic tale, but I'll try to be quick. Over the course of about 10 months, I spent 2.5 months straight. I had my reasons working on the video. It was a very long video, just as I'm sure this one will be. And in fact, it even reached 3 hours long. And it wasn't even finished. But on the same day it reached that length, the worst thing happened. My editing program crashed while saving. This is okay, I thought to myself. It's crashed before, but when I went back to look at the file, it was gone. I looked the best I could, but it just wasn't there. The day after, I even brought it to a computer expert to look through the hard drive to find any deleted files. However, there was a very severe lack of dice. The file wasn't recoverable. But there was one bit of information I learned that day. Apparently, solid-state drives aren't that good at repeatedly overwriting files, or something like that, and they aren't very good at data recovery either. From what I can surmise, my file began to overwrite itself, causing it to crash and essentially explode. That was 2 weeks of editing down the drain. But not all was lost, as I accidentally made and never bothered to delete a very old version of the video. It was only about 40 minutes long, so I'd be losing 2 hours and 20 minutes, but it wasn't everything. I opened up the file, and to my horror, it wasn't 40 minutes, but 4. Now I had lost everything. Okay, well, to be honest, it wasn't actually everything. I still had all the parts I used. The recordings, the images, the videos I used in it, they were still there. But what I didn't have was all the text, and, most importantly, how it was all put together. I weighed my options. Do I go back to editing it, spending another 2 weeks bringing it back to 3 hours? Or do I start over and wipe the slate clean? I'd already lost everything, so what's a bit more? The video wasn't great, either. Improvements could probably be made. So, if you can't tell, I chose the extra work. Goodbye, Pikmin 2 pre-release and unused content. But hello, Pikmin 2 pre-release and unused content! So let's see if I can actually improve things. But a word of warning, kids. If you're playing with your fancy solid-state drive, you're playing with fire. Keep your extremely large files broken up, lest you befall the same fate I did. So on to the actual video, allow me to explain it. This video is supposed to be as comprehensive a collection as I can find for everything that could have been for Pikmin 2, save for anything in any interviews. There will be 3 sections to the video: pre-release, which covers promotional images and trailers, the kiosk demo, which covers that, and that was not very fun to do the first time around, and the final game, which covers the final game, and no version differences. I might be crazy, but I'm not stupid. But one more small thing before we finally dive in though. I want to mention numbers. Purely because I want to see it, and maybe posterity, I'm going to keep track of how many days it takes me to make certain parts of the video. They'll be represented in differently colored numbers. When a number pops up in the top left corner, it represents a new day that I started working on something. Red numbers represent how many days it took me to write the script, blue for how many days it took me to record it, and yellow for how many days it took me to edit it. If you for some reason find a number in parentheses, it represents a notable enough change that I made on a differently numbered day. I did this for the original video as well. Before it died, writing was day 24, recording was on day 27, and editing was on day 15. So, without further ado, let's look at the earliest pre-release thing that I could find. It's hard to be certain what's the earliest, but I'm going with this. Olimar and Louis have balls in their antennas, which I can't for certain remember if it's in the final game or not. But, you know, those are just details. Pretty sure they don't, though. The Pikmin are carrying a rusty can, which doesn't exist in the final. There's no actual HUD except for the carrying numbers, but that could be for the purposes of a promotional image. I doubt that, however. Speaking of the carrying numbers, the color is exactly the same as in the original game. The next one here is very similar to the last one, but it actually has a HUD. Perhaps it was for the best we didn't see this, as it's pretty ugly and clearly unfinished. Let's see if I can break this down. Olimar's health icon is the one from the original game, and its corresponding health wheel is grainy, ugly, doesn't really seem to fit right, and is obviously placed on top of a generic bubble background. The standby Pikmin icon is just leaf yellow Pikmins, but it's colored gray except for the ears, which makes it look kinda weird. It might not be extremely obvious which is the standby Pikmin here, so let's touch on that later. Both the total Pikmin counter and standby Pikmin counters have preceding grayed out zeros. The sub-level counter just says floor and is named in all caps. As for the sprays, the bitter spray is red and the spicy spray is yellow. In addition, they're in rectangular containers, which has an odd effect in the final game. They're rounded containers, but if you've ever noticed, the sprays don't quite fit the containers they're in. It seems to me that the developers never changed the textures for the liquid contained within, leaving them only ever fitting their original rectangular homes. On the subject of the colors, I'm pretty sure the berry colors never change, and there's no evidence that I've found to suggest this. Besides the HUD, there were ugly spots in early texture. In the corner behind the sub-level counter, there seems to be an untextured somethings, and of course, there's a yellow bulb orb. Yellow bulb orbs do exist in the final game. Kinda. In the files, an enemy with the name Yellow Chappy, and spoilers, I suppose, Yellow Coat Chappy, exist. Co denotes a Bulborb's dwarf variation. The Yellow Bulborb got turned into the Hairy Bulborb, and the as of now unseen dwarf Yellow Bulborb was unsurprisingly turned into the Snow Bulborb. In this image, Olimar and Louie are fighting the Empress Bulblax on floor 1 of a cave with some lighting that probably is never used for this scenario, and with only 3 Pikmin. I sarcastically say good luck, but it seems he's already made some pretty good progress. Now that Louie and the HUD are in the same room, we can see that he doesn't have an icon. There isn't an explanation for this, but it probably won't be a while until we see it. Olimar and Louie are missing their antenna balls, for some reason. Going above ground, we should have stayed under. This is disgusting. I mean, the D in day isn't even capitalized yet. I'm pretty sure this is the Valley Repose, given the whole asphalt thing, the white stripe, the mantle cover, and the cave entrance on top of it. At least we have the sun meter now, which is with... Wait a minute. Is that 123 Pikmin on the field? I knew about that for the original game, but it wasn't until I started looking for this video, the original specifically, that I found out it's the same for Pikmin 2 as well. The more you know. Now we're in the Awakening Wood, still on day 1, of course. There's 3 burgeoning spiderwebs that we can see, 2 of them just barely on the right. They spawn 21 berries total, meaning there must at least be 5. And 2 of them are ultra bitter, meaning that one of the hypothetical 5 must be mixed berry. And look at that, all the berries are the normal colors. There's also a very obvious early clog. This could be, and this is just a theory, the Snagrid hole. Of course, the Snagrid hole isn't supposed to be there, but we're still pretty early in development. Up on top, there's another yellow Bulborb, some sorry excuses for tiles, and something inside of them. It looks like some dead dwarf yellow Bulborbs, but they seem a little big. And hey, wouldn't you look at that? We're playing as Louie! But he still has Olimar's icon. Over here, there's still 3 spiderworts, but obviously not the same ones. This, in addition to another image we'll see later, is absolute proof of there being 5 burgeoning spiderworts here. But that image will come in its due time. But this image proves my mixed berry theory. I love being right. Usually. Behind the spiderworts is some ugly water. Next to the water is the corpse of Yellow Wollywog, which seems to be sitting on the bridge's railing. Behind the 1 in the day counter is a male sheargrub, but I can't tell if it's alive or not. Now there's 120 total Pikmin on the field. While we're on the HUD, there's that miscolored yellow Pikmin icon. Who does it belong to? Keen observers and knowledgeable Pikmin people should know this. It's for the purple Pikmin. For one thing, our purple Pikmin is the closest one to Olimar. For another thing, the arrow above his cursor is black. And thirdly, who else would it belong to? Purple Pikmin and the color black are a bit more related than you might think. And hopefully, I'll remember to mention it later. This image has mold, a not dead yellow Wollywog despite it being later in the day, and the same day, 110 Pikmin on the field, and an early white Pikmin standby icon. Next, we're back to 123 Pikmin on the field with camera angles the final game never goes to. Prominently displayed is blue hearted gold ring treasure. There are gold ring treasures and rings with hearts on them, but never at the same time. Also note it's round base. You'll see that later. Much later. And that wall texture is pretty high quality, for some reason. With this image, we run the possibility of being on a new version of the game. Why? Well, because the preceding zeros are now in full, not grayed out color. But from what I can tell, it's not any different from what you saw before, so I'm including it here. Despite this, here are those 2 extra burgeoning spiderworts, once again confirming my theory. Despite that, the only interesting things here are the unbuilt bridge, so how to get over here. It seems that Olimar is the only one to have a ball in his antenna this time. Returning to the world of grade zeros is a little place I like to call the Distant Pool, because it seems to be the perplexing pool in its intermediate stage between Distant Spring and the, well, you know. This is probably right next to the landing site because of the metal, whatever it is, and the wooden thing sticking out of the ground. The sandbar in the background seems to be an extended version of Unreplica's Island, and there's a spotty bull bear and stuff. There's not a whole lot to mention about this. As for the Distant Pool's second and last outing, there's a bit more here. There's another early clog in place of the shower room, surrounded by 6 wog poles. I don't actually remember this the same amount of wog poles as in the final game, but, like, who's gonna remember that? Lurking within Olimar's squad is a male sheargrub, and next to them a plastic pipe in different place. Next to the day counter is an island, right where the fortified delicacy would be, and next to that is a yellow Wollywog. I think. So much for the Distant Pool. You were kind of lame. There's this image next, which shows the metal cave units with a higher wall and an obvious cutoff in the back. But the most interesting thing about this image isn't the image itself, but the website I found it on. It put forth some strange theories, such as the game possibly having online play or the other player being controlled by a bot. This is very serious, so please don't laugh. Okay, do. You gotta be kidding me. Nintendo? Online play? In 2004? Okay, you've had your fun, let's get back to being serious. Next up is a video from what I've heard is E3 2003. It features some funky, early 2000s music. Even though the video was recorded by filming a big screen, the quality isn't that bad. If you do think it's bad, trust me, I've seen worse. It could look and sound like this. So let's watch the better trailer. Right off the bat, there's a few things to mention, like the debug message in the top left saying, "Warning! System CPP 593, DVD loading, main thread!" And we're on day 2. I guess that's it. Here it's easy to see that the yellow billboard has green eyes. There's an unbuilt bridge leading up to the Sunseed Berry / Snagwood Hole ledge. I wonder if it's supposed to be there, or if it's just for the purpose of this demo, if it even is one. There's the dwarf yellow bulbarbs. See, I told you they existed. In the top left behind the debug message is what seems to be either the geographic projection or some mold. Given the location, I say some mold, but given its size, I say the geographic projection. Yeah, I'm gonna say the camera never does this in the final game. The camera seems awfully close here as well. This random cut shows us an interesting sight, most obviously the strange block in the background. I'm pretty sure it's the 200 weight paper bag given the location. I can only assume the numbers means 256 by 90 units large. A yellow bulb can be seen just behind it. The location of the cave is confounding. The proximity of the bank says it could be the White Flower Garden, but this is not where the White Flower Garden is supposed to be. Because it seems we're outside of the paper bag, not the area behind it, it seems like it could be the Hole of Beasts instead. But the Hole of Beasts isn't supposed to be here either. A mystery. The Pikmin gracefully floated down for so long, the loading screen started before the Pikmin finish. Nothing, maybe except the ground we landed on, looks the same. The cutscene is about different as a sub-level introduction cutscene can be. The research pod has seen better days, or more likely lighting. There's an odd green circle under it, which might be a scanning circle thing. Of course, floor 1 is plastered over the screen in orange, which doesn't go away for the rest of the trailer, which I suppose makes up the lack of any loaded screen animation, and there's a skybox, which shows off the cave unit's nice, angular edges. So there's that early rubber ugly in the top right, but in the top left is a lapis lazuli Kenny Pot bud that just turned golden. If I may propose another theory, I believe it's an early Queen Kenny Pot bud, one that changes a lot quicker than it does in the final version. 2 boulders fall very close to each other, and basically without any warning. They also lack any dust particle effects. There's some sheer wigs and a gate pillar on the right. Cool. This image seems to be an intermediate build from the one I just talked about to the one I'm going to talk about. This is a challenge with 2 players, if you couldn't tell. I can say with a certain degree of confidence that this giant display does not exist in the final game. On a different note, the picture space is now purple, and Louis actually has an icon. But it's just Oliver's icon from the original game, now with the red parts colored a nice light blue, similar in color to Alf's spacesuit, not Louis'. This new build is much closer to the final, but there's still one huge, glaring, bulbous difference. A burgeoning spider wart does not exist in this place in the Awakening Wood. The preceding zeros are gone, and Oliver and Louis have what I'm pretty sure is their final icons, although they lack colored backgrounds. The D of Day still is not capitalized. And, I almost forgot, spicy sprays are now red. Here's a red Pikmin in a right-facing profile during the spicy spray introduction cutscene. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it is, because I can't actually tell what's being said. Here's a perplexing pool much closer to its final incarnation. The claw before normal is still day 21, but there's 2 pellets at the bottom. I don't recall there being anything that produced pellets down there, but maybe my memory is going. I also only count 4 wog pulse, but I could have just missed some. They're ranging Bloister, the perplexing pool overworld. Why? Because, see those seesaw blocks? There's a better view in the next image. The puzzle to get the massage girl is very simple here. Seems all you have to do is lower the back block, go into the front block, then raise it up, and you're good to go. Also, the blocks are pointing outwards, not towards the submerged castle. Next, the day counter are 2 pellets, a blue 5 pellet and a red pellet of undeterminable size. Even though I know there's a withering blowhog around there in the final game, I don't know if it's possible to lure it far enough away to kill it near there, but it does seem like it could be just on the edge of its territory radius. The pellets all seem to be a bit close together. This image is the very definition of stuff we've already seen. To make up for this, though, I have 2 trailers for you. The first of these is some live gameplay from E303. Credit where credit is due, the presenter actually seems to know what she's talking about, at least compared to the pick up the game day 1 type. This menu and everything that succeeds it is only for the E3 demo. I think.
Sarah Borthwick, I work for Atari. We partner with Nintendo and produce some games for Nintendo. I have to say that I bought a GameCube specifically to play Pikmin, the original, and so I'm really excited about Pikmin 2. So in the original game, the main character, Omar.
Also, challenge level. Neat.
Crash lands on a planet very, very similar to Earth. And
so the challenge level is the Awakening Wood. This goes without saying, but nearly none of the objects or their placements are representative of the state of the game at this point in time.
And in this one, he comes back to the same planet where the Pikmin originally helped him reassemble his spaceship, this time to collect treasure.
Maybe it's just the audio quality, but the ship's sounds are different. The game is also abbreviating Captain, which it doesn't do in the final.
And he's also with a companion. I believe it's his wife.
Let's just ignore that.
So, instead of having...
For some reason, currently unknown to me, the game isn't using icons to reference the controller's buttons. Although it's hard to tell, I think the Y is colored green. It's pretty obvious why the game doesn't do this.
To reassemble his spaceship, we're trying to find various treasures that can be resold. We need to get...
Ah, crap. The preceding zeros are back. Can't get rid of those things.
Essentially 1,000 points worth of treasures. So we've met these Pikmin before. These little blue guys, they can swim underwater. They're the only ones who are not afraid of water. And what I'm doing right now is just collecting Pikmin pellets. The blue pellets will generate more blue Pikmin. Obviously, any color Pikmin can carry these pellets, take it back to their little onion nest, and out come Pikmin seeds.
The Pikmin sprouts land pretty far away from the onion. It'll be even more obvious later on.
Pikmin are essentially like half plant, half animal. I don't quite know what they are, but they're named after little carrots. Okay.
Hey look, the gate has a health wheel. Once again, there'll be a better view later on.
Okay. So basically, while I have the blue Pikmin breaking down a wall, I'm gonna go over here and gather my yellow Pikmin. And I just can always call them. They think independently, but they follow my orders quite well. And I'm just gonna have the yellow Pikmin gather the yellow Pikmin pellets so that more Pikmin can be generated. Because with more Pikmin, like each one is kind of weak, but when they work as a team, they can accomplish a lot. So the red Pikmin are actually quite strong and can withstand fire. They actually, from past experience, they have been the most valuable Pikmin. So I want to...
There's an electric gate in a very odd place. I noticed that objects and stuff aren't representative, but this feels like a very weird place to put one. It could just be there to block off that area from the demo, true, but then why isn't it in the same place as the Bramble Gate in the final?
Create a lot more of them. And I just... Okay. The yellow Pikmin have just hijacked the red pellet, so I just had to call them off. So while these guys are breaking down this wall, and I'm just going to add more reinforcements, the Pikmin pellets have sprouted seeds, and those seeds, as you can see, are little Pikmin growing in the ground. But I'm going to let them wait a little bit, because as you'll see later on, as the more time the Pikmin spend in the ground, the stronger they get. And you can tell how strong they are based upon the flower, bud, or leaf on the top of their head. A flower is the strongest, a leaf is the weakest and slowest. So this is new to Pikmin 2. Basically, it's kind of like a polluted ground, I guess you could call it. It looks like spider's eggs to me. But the Pikmin are kind of cleaning up this polluted ground, and hopefully lush green life will come back as soon as they are done accomplishing their task. Here you can see what I was talking about. These Pikmin have turned into buds because they've stayed in the ground long enough. So as soon as our flowers, I'll pick them, and then they can join my little army. And coming back, Let me give you a better angle. Here is the flower. So the Pikmin cleaned up the ground, and up comes this flower. Yay!
Next up is another trailer for E3 2003. Wait, these can't all be for E3 2003. Just play the trailer. For some reason, Olimar takes a very strange path. That, my friends, is the reason why Olimar and Lou's icons never on screen at the same time. The other restored off screen and they rotate in when the leaders are swapped. That's a lot of clovers, many more than there would be in the final, but then again, there aren't any. That cave's in a weird spot. I wonder what it is, though. There's also a lack of any margrets or horsetails surrounding the stone structure. Idiot. But at least there's a black bramble gate in place of the 200 weight paper bag. A bramble gate with the exact same color and the exact same place exists in the Forest of Hope. That's a severe lack of skybox. Even though we have blue Pikmin unlocked, the gate guarding the blue onion, now known the black bramble gate, has not been felled. There are some debugging shenanigans going on here. There's that two-player challenge thing again, along with the dead dwarf yellow bulborb. I can't say I recognize this place, although I can say I've committed all the challenge mode caves to memory. Idiot. But at least the poison in the back is purple. But the poison gate makes me ask a question. Where is this? This seems to be the Wistful Wild, specifically the area with the two orange bulborbs. But there's a very distinct lack of them. Idiot. One frame later is this. Behind that yellow bulborb is a treasure, at least I think it is, that I can't make out. And I just noticed there's no Pikmin death counter. Idiot. This is the Wistful Wild again, but I just can't shake the feeling it looks different. Like it doesn't have its autumn theme. Is that just me? The most glaring thing here is this sandy area. To me it looks like the massage machines area in the distant spring, minus the skulls. Although it's taken up by the shower room, likely even in this build, so it probably isn't that. I really have no idea where this is supposed to be. The Sunseed Berry is being carried, but it's supposed to be in the Awakening Wood. And speaking of being carried, the carrying number's colors are the same as the first games again. I didn't expect to see that again. Idiot. Say it with me now. Idiot. The build feature here seems to be near identical to the last one. The most glaring difference here is the spray containers became well-rounded individuals. The Piklopedia Snagret on the 9th sublevel of a cave. The Piklopedia Snagret is not fought on the 9th sublevel of a cave. This is most likely the whole of Heroes, but the sublevel the fight takes place on is the 4th. A story in 3 images. The story takes place on a sublevel I don't recognize, but does feature an empty health wheel, for whatever that's worth. The most interesting thing about this image is the fact it exists. And the D&D is capitalized. Next up is the GameCube lineup sizzle reel of sorts. Among 1080-degree snowboarding and custom robot for the Nintendo GameCube is Pikmin 2. The background music that plays is apparently from one of the Pikmin 2 e-reader minigames. Not that you're going to be able to listen to it very well, though. The red Pikmin introduction cutscene in the wrong place. Alright, so first, that's a monumentally thick tree branch. And second, that's a monumentally thick seesaw block. I'm pretty sure it's just another paper bag placeholder, though.
Pikmin, 覚えていますか?
Olimar plucking some Pikmin out of a tree stump. This is more than likely in the perplexing pool. You remember those rings in the middle of the map, near the yellow onion? I'm pretty sure those used to mark an early landing site, right where this would be.
彼らと過ごす日々
Seeing some previous images, the E3 demo, and now here. It sure is a hardy spider wart to make it this far, but not hardy enough to make the final cut.
が再びやってきました.
This oddly placed electric gate is guarding the cave. That seems to be where the geographic projection is supposed to be. Maybe it's the Hole of Beasts. Hey, look at that! We're the Awakening Wood on day 2!
仲間が増えて5色になったピクミンたちと お宝探しの始まりです。
This seems to be the Yell Battery, a treasure exclusive to the Japanese version of the game. The Yell Battery is found in the same place as the optical illustration or the abstract masterpiece. So what's it doing underground? So where to begin? The place Olimar and Louis are standing on isn't a one-way concrete ramp, but just some grass, much like the distant spring. The withering blowhog is much farther away than would be normally, and the submerged castle is placed near a small standing island. This quote-unquote island also exists in the distant spring. Some bulborb lava are being fought on the 6th level of a cave, which is the final floor. Given that, and the floor texture, you might assume it's the Frontier Cavern, but the Frontier Cavern is 2 sublevels longer than this. Your next guess would probably be the Hole of Beasts, but that's 1 sublevel shorter. In conclusion, I don't really know where this is. That's not normal. The Impossible Blast with bulborb lava on sublevel 6 again. Wait, Olimar, no!
Pikmin 2.
After this comes some more live gameplay. They were likely taken before anyone knew what the term pixel density meant. Right off the bat, it looks like the Lost Toy Box. Given there's a timer, it looks most like the Lost Toy Box. But there are, to the surprise of nobody, some differences, like vegetation, and blue Pikmin. The final version has neither of these things, of course. But wait, there's more! Like the timer starting at 150, not 100. Fun fact, by the way, each increment on the timer lasts 2 seconds, and there only being 50 Pikmin. One can spy, though, some dwarf blue bulborbs. They, unfortunately, befell the same fate as their yellow brethren. The blue Cochappy, and the never actually seen as far as I know, blue Chappy, were turned into dwarf and non-dwarf orange bulborbs. The dwarf blue bulborb drops a mirth sphere. You'll see plenty of dwarf bulborbs dropping things later on, but trust me, they don't drop any of that stuff in the final game. The other one all seems to move a bit faster than normal. After interacting with the Pikmin, the one actually moving dwarf blue bulborb on screen started sniffing around much faster. It's probably a bug. As for the next and last one, even though it says that one Pikmin is lifting that dwarf blue bulborb's corpse, it isn't. Only purple Pikmin are available, and if you look at the burst sphere it just dropped, it says 6 Pikmin are carrying it. Either it's a bug or the developers haven't changed purple Pikmin to cause 10 Pikmin on the carrying numbers yet.
Mario und Luigi schwer bewaffnet aussehen. Und weg ist das extra. So schnell das geht. Hier bei Mario Kart.
You know, that doesn't look like the other scrap.
So, wer mitspielen möchte, einfach ein Gewinnfeld ausfüllen und anstellen. An unser Treffen. Links und rechts. Da hält euch eigentlich nichts mehr auf. Schaut euch, abgewinnt.
Yep, it's definitely different. It's probably the same treasure, just with a different texture.
Und zeigt ihr mal, den anderen Jungs muss abgehen. Inzwischen vorne die Prinzessin.
Dwarf blue bulborbs are worth 5 Pokos. Dwarf orange bulborbs are only worth 2, just like every dwarf bulborb and bulbear in the final game. This build of the game is extremely close to the final, but there are a few, keyword a few, minor differences compared to it. For example, the leader's icons poke slightly out of their bubbles. Stuff like that. It's still evident here. There's no clog. It's starting to make me wonder why they even put one there in the first place. Anyway, what's being done here is apparently how you got non-blue Pikmin to the Bullet's Kingdom originally. Just like the shock absorber. The skybox appears to be just gray. How exciting. The super sick textile is supposed to be in the Immersion's cave. And that's all I really have to say on that subject. The love and courage reactor in the same place it's always been, but what isn't there is a small mound it's supposed to sit in. In the top right corner next to the D counter is a stretched texture. Man, I'm really stretching this, aren't I? Pun not intended. A communications link with Louie has finally been re-established, but it's been re-established so well that it changed the placement of the camera and allows us to see past the skybox. To the left of the horsetail is another funky-looking texture. This here is the Endless Repository, the European and Japanese version specifically, on the third sublevel of the White Flower Garden. It seems to have replaced the super stick textile. Here's the real treasure of the sublevel. Is it just me or is the lighting different? Yeah, it's probably just me. I'll give you a second here to notice the difference. It's hard, but there is one. Notice it yet? Even though the Ultra Bitter Spray hasn't been unlocked yet, the purple dot on the D-pad is still there. Riveting, isn't it? Everything here looks to be in order, except one thing. There's 26 Pikmin on day 1, when in the final game you can only grow 20. The rest of these images here are not very exciting, but I'm still going to show you them anyway. Tradition dictates I now show you some trailers, or some other form of footage. Lucky you, I have some. Let's take a look. Idiot. Louie has a red Pikmin on standby in what I can only assume is the Lost Toy Box again. Need I remind you that Lost Toy Box only has 100 yellows. Speaking of which, there's still only 50 Pikmin. And there's blue Pikmin again. Next up is another Japanese trailer.
今度のピクミンは全部で5種類。攻撃力が高く炎に強い赤ピクミン。高くまで飛ぶことのできるキーピクミン。水に入っても溺れない青ピクミン。そして新ピクミン登場。太っちょで力持ちの紫ピクミン。
Typically, whether it's a bug or intentional, purple Pikmin will latch onto a dead dwarf Bulbasaur for the duration of its death animation. That didn't happen here, and I'm jealous.
体の中に毒を持っているという白ピクミン。一匹一匹は力の弱いピクミンたちだけど、みんなで力を合わせればとっても強力。壁を壊したり、橋を作ったり、そして巨大な生物と戦ったり。
A KS level, specifically 7th, with a Gatling Groink, Bomb Rocks, and a Queen Candy Pod Bud. No such level exists in the final game, at least not one with all this stuff at once.
オリマーとルーイの冒険の目的はこの星に眠るお宝を集めること。もちろん宝物を運ぶのもピクミンたちの役目です。さらに協力して宝物を集めたり、ピクミンたちを率いて対戦したり、2人で一緒にプレイ。
All of my loose icons liking the colored backgrounds again, but that could just be something that exists for two-player battle. I don't remember.
もできます。日の出から日没までがピクミンとの一日。日数制限はありません。ゆったりじっくり楽しんでください。任天堂ゲームキューブピクミン2。
There actually is one very last thing. This artwork of the Regal Diamond from the new Play Control Pikmin 2 website that shows it with a blue tint. Honestly, I'm not even sure if this counts as pre-release stuff. So I've decided to break this video into 3 separate ones. So far I've only covered half the pre-release stuff for Pikmin 2 pre-release and unused content. Trust me though, this is for the best. I'm keen on not repeating what happened before, so like I said, this is for the best. Day tracking will go across all 3 videos, by the way, so this is all I could find on Pikmin 2's pre-release content. So now what? Well, it's time to look at the kiosk demo. I don't like the kiosk demo. Of course you're asking why. You'll find out in just a minute. First, the Master's Instrument, Flame of Tomorrow, and Decorative Goo all use the Japanese textures, and the Silencer is still worth 666 Pokos. So that's the end of that. There's only one thing left, and there is so much. I really hope you like early and unused text, because that's all you're going to get. I'd guesstimate it to be somewhere around 90% of Pikmin 2's final script has an early version here. Not to mention, it's not uncommon for these changes to be simply formatting changes, even slight punctuation changes, which for everyone's sanity, I'll be giving a brief mention to when they come up. So how's this thing going to work? I'll be reading these things to you, but only the ones with pronounceable differences. Notice it didn't specify interesting. I'll also try and cram both the early and final text on screen. It won't be pretty, but it should work. So let's start with the journey with Olimar's journal. The Wistful Wild is an especially vicious region. The creatures there had to battle hard to survive. That's probably why they evolved as such bad-tempered beasts. For instance, this plant's berries suck the nutrition from the surrounding flora. The fruit on this planet is astonishingly large. If we could cultivate these ample fruits in Hakatit, nobody would ever go hungry again. Sadly, I don't know anything about agriculture. I wish I'd listened to my wife and told me to work in the garden. This sumptuous nugget may look delicious, but internal scans indicate a parasitic infection. The ship can't stand to even look at these pests, let alone store them. But I had to put my foot down. I didn't give it a choice. Today, I found some vegetables that I've never seen before buried in a deep hole. These dark-dwelling vegetables store all the nutritious energy in their roots. I'll name them Children of the Earth. This tasty red snack isn't quite a fruit, but isn't like a vegetable either. I've analyzed it extensively and appears to be releasing stimulating pheromones. Maybe I should feed this to my wife. According to the ship's analysis, this object seems to be composed of bitter ingredients, but this analysis was done by machines, so I'm not completely convinced. Normally I wouldn't mind trying it myself, but I haven't been feeling well since I ate that toxic berry. What a shocking taste! I suppose young people might like it, but it's too intense for my taste. This dubious morsel doesn't look like it'd be very agreeable for my innards, but I bet Louis would try a bite of it. His appetite is insatiable. I'm glad that on this expedition, our ship's reactor can power life support systems indefinitely. This will give us all the time we need to thoroughly examine all the treasure we recover. I don't care if the president wants us to hurry. I've had enough of his hassling. According to the ship's analysis, you go twice the usual science to eat one of these. I'd like to field test one of these babies. I wonder if I could feed one to one of my Pikmin. Grassy plains on this planet are carpeted with flowers in bloom. When it entered the atmosphere into some space, I was dazzled by the sight. The other day I saw a white Pikmin to get one of these flower bulbs. For some reason, it didn't sprout into a flower. I've got it! I'll take it back to Hakatit and see if it will grow there. My people will hail me as a botanical genius! Just thinking about it gets me excited. I've paid off all of the company's debts, but I find myself returning to this planet yet again. This time I must find and rescue Louis. I've been scouring the worlds we landed on. As I search around the region, I cannot be found lonely for my faithful sidekick. Because of this, I've dubbed the place the Wistful Wilds. I've never tasted a berry quite like this. It's difficult to explain, but it tastes like sorrow. P.S. I can't shake the feeling that I've been here before. Aha! This made the exact spot where I crash landed last time. This rotund fruit reminds me of the president's head. Curiously, a strong feeling is welling from the depth of my heart. There are no words to express my true feelings. I like to eat sweets from time to time. If there are any within reach, I can't help myself. Strangely, Pikmin never eat snacks. I wonder where all their energy comes from. As I grow older, I've observed that I seem to be getting crankier. Today, I've left the handle for a trifling matter. I feel like such a fool. I must control my temper. I can't allow attitude to routine work on this vital mission. A while back, I didn't sleep for days. My stomach was rolling and my head was cloudy. I couldn't rally any motivation. The only thing I could muster is a sigh. Then I found this cushion. I've discovered a complex series of underground tunnels beneath the perplexing pool. It seems I can't walk 10 steps without discovering something previously unheard of. Making new discoveries nourishes my explorer spirit. As a reward for my latest scientific breakthrough, I think I'll make myself a snack. My ship can analyze taste, so I've taken that burden upon myself. It's a rough job, it's up to the captain to step and volunteer for the most grueling duties. These treats taste good. I could eat them endlessly. I better test that hypothesis. When I was just a young lad, I looked everywhere for love. I guess that's why I smile when I see young people having fun together. I stumbled across this object in a cave filled with a putrid, reeking odor. My suit allowed me to breathe easily, but I couldn't feel the overpowering stench. I smell it all the time now. My sense of taste will never be the same. The hole we searched today was filled with a saccharine scent. Just sniffing it put me at a risk of developing a cavity. I don't want anything sweet for a while. Some people in this world can eat anything and never get fat. It makes me so jealous. I cook a crumb and suddenly I'm saddled with a buffer of blubber. To make matters worse, my wife and daughter are always scrutinizing my diet. All of the planets in this region have interesting characteristics. Like this one, for example. Lately I started the habit of tasting newly discovered plants. It may be dangerous to eat flammable plants, but I've only gotten violently sick a few times. This dead beast has the form of an animal, yet is encased in an organic compound. I've concluded that this is a groundbreaking biological and botanical discovery. Shape says nothing more than a wooden statue. I think it'd be better if it had more of an imagination. This must be the fossilized remains of an enormous land-dwelling creature. I was able to piece together the entire beast, but it's clear it certainly had a massive head. It's obviously quite different from the Pikmin and other creatures I've encountered. Perhaps an extinct creature that couldn't adapt to the change in its environment. This appears to be a huge bird feather, but I've never encountered the creature it belongs to. I wonder if I ever will. Curiously, I've only seen a few airborne creatures on this planet. I wonder why. Maybe it's just because I haven't encountered them yet. I wonder what's become of the creature the shell was defending. Enigmas like this always make me curious. Perhaps it was tasty. Maybe I should find one and give it a taste. I'll name it scientific exploration, of course. It's not like I'd eat just because I was hungry. It looks like some form of crustacean. The shape basically resembles a pair of scissors, but I haven't seen anything quite like it. I suppose it's fair to assume this creature had already perished, but I don't understand why it hasn't already begun to fossilize. Perhaps it was eaten by another creature to spread out these unwanted parts out. Whoa there. That's crazy talk. My son tells me this type of pose is all the rage with the kids. The strangest things amuse kids. When I was a kid, we were lucky if we were allowed to pose at all. P.S. This statue had been placed so it's protected by a wall of flame. My research isn't complete, but I think it may have been a holy shrine of some kind. I found this treasure deep in an underground complex covered with slippery ceramic tiles. It seems that there's no shortage of daughters who think their fathers stink. I've never had that problem, but it must be hard on those poor fathers. I shouldn't take advantage of it, but I'm sure that phenomenon increased the value of this treasure. Smelly fathers could take a dip in this portable milk pool, and the daughters would adore them for the fresh, creamy scent. The size of the construction rig is astonishing. It could build an entire house in minutes. The strange part is I don't see any electrical outlets around here. Surely you don't have to power it manually. It all seems a little strange to me. I think I could use some rest and relaxation, but looking at all these valuable treasures we've collected, I think we'll make a huge fortune. Then I can hire an army of butlers to attend to my every whim. I am very particular about the music I listen to, but my wife has no taste in music. Sadly, my children didn't inherit my refined musical tastes either. When I ask my family if I want to go for karaoke, they all give me a nasty look. Nobody will ever go with me. I found a weird item today. When the surface produces an endless froth of bubbles. It's amusing, but it will take further investigation to determine its practical use. It may take a young and playful mind to unlock its secrets. I'll be sure to demonstrate it for my son and daughter. Our salvage operations have yielded several unbelievably advanced artifacts. According to my analysis, this cutting device can slice the fabric of time and space. I use it to open sealed containers. My days of struggling to open cans of food are over. This must be some kind of memorial capsule left by a lost civilization. It's left behind some image data, but I can't make any sense of it. I'm going to have to do some additional analysis. I'll document any new developments in my log. I've never had much desire to climb the corporate ladder, but I'm beginning to think I should. Every year my kids grow older, they get even more expensive. Taking care of them is my most important duty. I should take lessons for the ship to be learned to be a high-pressure salesman, then I'd rake in the cash. Every day is something but work, work, work. Sometimes I need to get it off my mind, so I set this object as a stage and taught the Pikmin to dance. Red, purple, white, yellow, and blue Pikmin danced in perfect unison. Whenever I returned home, I should take up a career as an interpretive dance instructor. Today we ventured across the plains to reach a cold cavern that I've been meaning to spelunk. The Pikmin have a hard time coping with the bitter cold, but they did their best. This object sparkles beautifully. It's enormous, but I think it can make a great party decoration. That reminds the last time my family threw a party. I was busy at work and I couldn't make it, so my wife and kids enjoyed the party without me. It seems my family goes farther and farther away each day. While exploring this warped land, I got the feeling that time passed faster than usual. Upon researching it further, I realized it's just my mind playing tricks on me. But whenever I touch this object, I can feel it bend the time-space continuum. Suddenly, this all seems very hard to believe. I need to take a nap. There's a strange design on this metallic component. It gives me mystical chills. Maybe living beings were never meant to comprehend its true meaning. We recently found all sorts of mechanical parts scattered around a cave. The walls and floor were constructed of dense steel. Perhaps it was once a fortress. I decided to name it the Subterranean Complex. This appears to be some kind of hyper-advanced, light-refracting computer component. Perhaps it's some kind of superconducting crystal. This entry comes with it a certain amount of infamy, as the only known thing in the world that gives the ship a name. According to my research, this is an acoustic interference motherboard. I actually installed this on the Dolphin 1. It might shut them up for a while. Then again, if I learn to override the hardware, it could become even more annoying than ever. This receiver intercepts harmful radiation from outer space. I must never approach it carelessly. Now that I think about it, the Pikmin that carried it looked a little dazed when they carried it. Collecting lots of machine parts reminds me of the time I crash landed on this planet. The last time I was here, the crash guarded 3 of my ship's most crucial components. I had to frantically collect all of them before life support systems failed. I wonder what kind of machine these parts are from. For a long time now, I have just whiling my way of life like a sprock in a machine. Sometimes I just stop and wonder, am I happy with my life? No, I can't start thinking like that. I must concentrate on my mission. Several parts like this were rolling around the hole I explored today. The temperature inside the cave was precariously low and the treasures were freezing to the touch. I felt sorry for the Pikmin that had to carry it. Afterward, their hands looked numb. This object must have been manufactured long ago by some kind of machinery. Back then, they didn't have the fun toys kids have these days. Master's a video game addict, but I'm terrible at them. He teases me about it all the time. Wait, I've got it? Louie's young? Maybe he's a video game wizard. He can teach me the hottest tricks. I have once again discovered a completely undocumented species of Pikmin. These white Pikmin can find and dig up items that are buried completely underground. We never would have found this priceless treasure without them. Thankfully, it's the perfect size to plug a hole to know the side of the ship's hull. The vivid color of this red stone reminds me of my wife's eyes when they burn with rage. Just between you and me, I've noticed lately it's beginning more wrinkles. Now that I think about it, I'd probably cause something with stress. When I return to Hakatit, I'll take her on a long vacation. Salvaging this treasure was a dangerous and difficult task. I found it deep in the bowels of a dank, predator-infested cavern. My only hope of surviving was to strategically use all 5 colors of Pikmin 2. Lately, it seems that my daughter's been admiring my wife's ring. For now, she's satisfied with a cheap toy ring, but when she gets bigger, I love watching her grow up, but it also makes me worried. That's peculiar. When I get to the stone, all my stress seems to wash away. I'm suddenly not so annoyed with my irrational boss, unappreciative underlings, and tight-fisted corporation I slave each and every day for. We traveled across the universe's planet pursuing the dream of great discoveries. This cavern symbolizes the goal of our grand expedition, so I've named it the Dream Den. I could never see this with an earshot of it, but years of use have taken the toll on the ship. For one thing, the thermostat doesn't work like it used to. It can get quite frigid. I can tell that the Pikmin are having a harder time adjusting to the cold than me. Seeing this figure gives me the strength to endure the cold. A captain views the ship as a partner and a brother, someone he can trust with his life. It's crucial for them to develop an unquestionable, unfaltering trust. But I refuse to believe that this simple pebble is some kind of a treasure. That's insane. According to the ship's scanners, this object has the capacity to love. Unfortunately, my love is already spoken for. Although, my investigations concluded this object embodies the spirit of comedy. But when it comes to humor, not even this item can stand up to my powers of hilarity. It's too bad the president doesn't fully appreciate my comedic genius. What an odd doll. I gave it a squeeze and this thing popped out. I decided to market this doll back home as an exercise machine. People could use it to work up good sweat with this thing. The boss is fairly plump. I'll suggest he use it. The first time I laid eyes on this creepy treasure, I thought it was a giant aquatic creature. It took me several terror-filled seconds to realize it's just a huge statue. What a relief. If it was real, I would have run all the way back to Hakatit. The ship is noisy, but nothing compares to endless chatter from the boss. Blah, blah, blah. It never ends. I wish to take after this statue. Louis' quiet nature was hard to adjust to, but now I've come to appreciate the quiet. I've become enamored with this object. I know I shouldn't fall for company property, but I can't suppress my feelings forever, unless the boss will sell it to me. For some reason, enamored used the British English spelling. I tried flying this thing once, but it moved too rapidly and I contracted vertigo. Maybe it could be used as an amusement ride. The youngins would love it, but I don't think I'll ever ride it again. Investigating alien objects provides opportunities to solve new mysteries. For example, when I roll this object, I discovered it to be perfect for tilling land. Usually I have the machine analyze the treasures we find, but sometimes I like to examine artifacts with my sharp intellect. I've never seen such a huge lens. It must have been designed as an integrated magnifier by a hyper-advanced society of alien mega-brains. Gah! This object is far too complex for my intellect to comprehend. At first, this object looked impressive, but close inspection reveals it's just a cheap statue. In many ways, it reminds me of my father. I probably shouldn't tell him that. My long journey has led me to this compelling stone. During my quest, I've really been crushed, chewed, ingested, and scorched countless times. But I persevere, and the stone reminds me of that. It's like it has a personality of its own. I'd like to take it back with me and place it in my garden to commemorate this expedition. When I look at it, I can feel good fortune smiling down on me. If I could just buy a lottery ticket right now, I'm sure I'd win. In general, I think I'm pretty lucky. At night, I have nothing to do to keep me occupied. I've been searching for something to dull the boredom, but every time I find something I want to play with, it's broken. This object is a great example. It looks fascinating, but I can't get it to function. I guess all I can do is write in this journal. When I get this captivating treasure, I can't stop myself from spinning it over and over again. I shouldn't spin such valuable treasure, but it's so hard to have self-control. From now on, instead of actually spinning it, I'll just imagine I'm doing it instead. Come to think of it, the Pikmin seemed excessively fidgety when they carried this treasure. The cave we searched today was lined with flame-spewing spouts. The temperature in the cave was absolutely stifling. Oh, that reminds me, I completely forgot to tell Louis about Red Pikmin. He's so quiet, sometimes I forget he's even there. The item I established from this cave seems to be some kind of recorder, but I have no way to play back the contents. This object is the first treasure I found on this planet, so it has a certain sentimental value. However, I've just noticed the size is slightly different. Sometimes I take the time to read my previous treasure logbook. It's good to reflect on the past sometimes. This highly advanced thinking computer has lots of importance for a machine. So it appears that machines can exhibit human characteristics after all. Perhaps they even a soul. If my hypothesis is true, then maybe you can break the spirit. Oh! No, I'm turning into the president. It'd be best if people and machines could both work at an easier and less stressful pace. Everyone makes mistakes. Sometimes desire overpowers reason. At least that's what I tell myself when I sneak in a late-night snack. Among the treasure we've collected, many of them have strange scrawlings on them. Unfortunately, the alien writings are indecipherable, but the pictures can be understood easily enough. This one seems to have a picture of a fruit on it. Ah, if that's the case, then this container must contain... Maybe I'll have a taste. What a fascinating storage container. There's more food crammed in here than I could eat in a lifetime. It's gonna be hard to get all this back home. In a survival situation, most important things are water, courage, and a first aid kit. I've got water and a supply of courage, but I don't have a first aid kit. Sometimes I don't have a lot of motivation either. I may be a dang explorer, but sometimes I just want to loaf around all day and sleep. Wait, what if my boss reads this journal? I'd never dream of skipping work. I love to work. I'm shocked. I can't believe it's the only stock of medical supplies we've got. If one of us would get ill or injured, we'd be in serious trouble. We'll be sure to watch our step and wash our hands. We could also search the treasure we've collected for medicine. This is truly a heart-wrenching design. I've never been so moved by a piece of art. Every time I view it, I can't stop crying. I've noticed that many of the objects we collect are similar. Perhaps these treasures were revered by an ancient civilization. How odd. When I gaze at this puzzling pattern, I have a vision of nature. At first I thought this planet's ecosystem was alien and unnatural, but now I've learned to fully appreciate this planet's beauty. However, I still can't compare the stunning natural landscape of Hakatit. I hope I can return to my homeland soon. According to recent statistics, the elderly people in Hakatit love to eat sweets. Despite them, young people eating all the spicy food they can get their hands on. They probably go crazy over this object. Just looking at it makes my mouth feel spicy. Tonight, I'll practice signing autographs. Staring at the symbol seems to tantalize my taste buds. I've never noticed this before, but my sight and taste appear to be connected. Perhaps it's some kind of new psychological advertising. I'll have to tell the ship about it. An early entry for an early name that we'll look at later. Young Louis can't appreciate this, but the moment you have children, your head explodes into one endless headache. The other day, when I tried to relax over an adult beverage, my boy comes up and starts begging for a taste. I'd explained to him that it wasn't for kids. Hey, Vsauce! Bearhead2 here. When people study mysterious objects, they tend to overthink everything and get easily stumped. For example, this is just a cap. Or is it? Today we searched in subterranean layers swarming with carnivorous bugs. The name Hole of Beasts immediately came to mind. This convenient contraption that found in the holes become an invaluable treasure-seeking tool. When the treasure gaze approaches a piece of treasure, the needle moves to the right. When all the treasure in an area has been collected, the device powers down. When we left Hakatit, I never thought we'd pay off a company's debts, but thanks to this gadget, I'm feeling optimistic about the outcome of this daring mission. The technology behind this impressive gadget is totally unknown to my people. It appears to replicate the intense solar beams of the sun. Space exploration has given me a ghostly pallor. Maybe I'll use it to catch a few rays. I found this metal treasure in the gut of an avian snake. It took real courage to drop into that dark den, but danger's what I do best. I named that creature's den the Snagward Hole. This is yet another object I recently discovered that defies my wildest dreams. It doesn't conduct electricity, and it can erase much like a pencil with remarkable ease. Make crushing rock seem said. No, I'm sorry. Wait, where was I? Oh yes. Sadly, the more you put it to use, the more it runs away into oblivion. It reminds me of my job. I found this marvelous alloy in a hole swarming with bulborgs. On that adventure, I even clashed with the Emperor Bulblax himself. In all of my triumph over that appallingly obese beast, I named the hole the Bulblax Kingdom. Today we searched a deep underground structure that was completely covered in tile. I have no idea what it was originally intended for, but decided to call it the shower room. Deep within, I clashed with a sleek bug that covered up this curiosity. I recently took a team of blue Pikmin on an expedition to explore a submerged cavern. While exploring this watery cavern, I encountered some very strange phenomena. It was such a strange place that I'm still wondering if it was all just a dream. I found this curious treasure in that cavern, so if it was an illusion, I'm even more confused. I decided to name this confounding cavern the Submerged Castle. This item came from the personal treasure hoard of a massive Pikmin devouring spider. The whole cave was crawling with all kinds of fearsome creatures. I decided to name that eerie cave the Citadel of Spiders. The ship can't stand bugs. Whenever I ask it to store one for salvage, it threatens to stage a mutiny. This is one of several items wielded by a nightmarish techno spider that stole Louis. This devious device allows the creature to control the force of lightning. This scorching mechanism is one of several parts wielded by a monstrous cyber spider. This roasting apparatus spews hot jets of flame. This toxic component was dropped by the terrifying techno spider. This primitive chemical weapon injects the atmosphere with clouds of poisonous gas. That and me, after eating Taco Bell. This savage water pump was just one of many weapons wielded by the massive techno spider. This pump is capable of spraying jets of hyper-pressurized water. The nightmarish beast that kidnapped Louis is freakishly large. It collects powerful objects using to upgrade its powers of predation. This sinister creature must be the most dangerous creature ever recorded. Yet, even this menacing beast will ultimately fall to my fearsome pack of Pikmin. I'm glad to have them on my side, but sometimes I'm frightened by the ferocity. Okay, so, just for fun, I'm going to see if I can do this all in one take. So here I go. The entries for the Combustion Berry, Citrus Lump, Onion Replica, Science Project, Meat Satchel, Taste, Sensation, Compelling Cookie, Bug Bait, Imperative Cookie, Enamel Buster, White Goodness, Sweet Dreamer, Almondite Shell, Crystal King, Unlimited Merit, Lustrous Element, Invigorator, Broken Food Master, Autoscribe, Decorative Goo, Emperor Whistle, Doctor of Destiny, Fleeting Art Form, Nature Chime, Innocence Lost, Icon of Progress, Sulking, Antenna, Noview, I don't know how to pronounce that, Table, Massage Girdle, Furious Adhesive, Petrified Heart, Tearstone, Essence of Despair, Gemstar, Wise Universal Calm, Omniscience, it's Omniscient Sphere, Crystallized Telepathy, Maternal Sculpture, Paradoxical Enigma, Boom Cone, Doomsday Apparatus, Airbrick, Priceless Statue, Strife Monolith, Chance Totem, Remembered Old Buddy, Fond Gyro Block, Memorable Gyro Block, Lost Gyro Block, Treasure Gyro Block, Durable Energy Cell, and that's a pretty product placement name if I had to say so myself. Courage Reactor, Alien Billboard, Activity Arouser, Pondering Emblem, Drought Ender, Creative Inspiration, Geographic Projection, 5-man Knapsack, Boot Knuckles, and a Repugnant Appendage. All have changes that at most amount to formatting, grammar, punctuation, or spelling, and I just hit the desk. I guess what I really wanted to say there was that I only wanted to do one take for that. Only, first try, that's it. And this isn't even scripted, so I have no idea what I'm saying. So, back to the script. So that covers everything from Oliver's journal, but we're not done with the treasure hoard. There's still a sales pitch to contend with. Thankfully, they were a lot shorter. The same rules still apply. This fruit is born of bright sunlight and cheerful warmth. Come all you gloomy naysayers, one bite and even sad sex will become foolhardy optimists. Eat one and change your life. Fruits cannot be judged by the outer coverings, no matter how hairy. This one is quite yummy. It's times like these that make me wish I were equipped with a set of taste buds. Its appearance is so malignant that I cannot bear to look at it. Beware the poison mushroom. This fatal fungus overflows with venom and is a peril to the eyes. Each one of these can go to twice the normal size as strange familiar noise sounds. I believe I've heard such a toxic social somewhere before, but I know not where. Such mushrooms are dangerous and good boys and girls should steer clear of them. This plant closely resembles the pride and joy of Hakatit. The comfort its familiar form and surprise and unexpected tastes combine to form harmony? Trying some hot soup. Can a plant from a primitive star take root in Hakatit's soil? Won't you invest in this romantic adventure? Don't know why I said it like that, but I did. Perfect for those who love natural designs in the home, this leaf applique is a bargain. Using the pieces will cover the entire world in leafiness. Think you can eat it all? Then start eating! That is the art this grand piece of meat entices. It is just the right flexibility and thick side of fat that will make all gourmets, epicures, kings of the table, and queens of the buffet growl with delight. This will save our loveless age. Yes, it's a romance-filled addition to the love series. The sweet woman will attract members of the opposite gender. No dreams? Take love. No love? Take sweets. This is the most potent item in the love series. A sweet tooth's dream. Is this real, or am I dreaming? If I had teeth, I'd be brushing with vigor. A fossil of an ancient sea inhabitant. It is most unusual despite its unappealing name. Captain Oliver named it without consulting anyone. He could have at least named it after me. How beautifully it sparkles. This work of art is dangerously foolish, so handle with care. Fathers of the universe, take note. If your family dislikes your manly odor, this is for you. Fill your tub with the rich aroma of milk and soak your stench away. Don't be stingy now. Squeeze. Squeeze! Had enough? Squeeze! An avaricious savage heart in machine form. No giant fruit can retain its juice in the space of this relentless ringing device. If you are greedy down to the last drop, this is for you. Behold, the heavenly sparkle of this, the ruler of the tongue, which is, in its turn, the vigilant doorkeeper of air and food and water, of life itself. Everyone enjoys decorating in favorite tones, but it's vital to utilize new colors now and then. This will surely help you discover a new you. No artistic inclinations, no color sense, no worries. This symbol of the creative soul was found resting on a primitive planet. From this day forward, you are an artist of the ages. Poor me. Woe is me. So much work. Pity me. Life stinks. Sigh. These phrases fill one with a sense of sadness, and all are evoked by this mysterious charm. The most powerful magnetic force in the universe, the healing properties of magnetic shower relief backaches, headaches, toothaches, and even dreaded spleen aches. This clown-like sound generator is all natural. The purity of its harmonic tone is irresistible. Healing tones are old news? Well, greet the new trend. Super sounds of awakening. Air passing the entertainer sounds like a high note that acts like an acoustic boulder. This amazing fortune-telling device follows the flow of fate with incredibly eerie accuracy. It calculates the magnetic fields of planets, stars, and living organisms to track destiny. If you're an optimist who feels that life points both south and north, then this is for you. This machine was found buried like a time machine, holding image data of unknown origin. Is it possible to fathom data's import? This riddle will entrance all puzzle lovers. What is wrong with the delicate dance of beautification, flattery, and flirtation? What, I ask? If it makes the situation more fun, keep it up. That's called mood making. Come on, buy this item. Is this part of a previously unknown giant life form? What might the entire beast look like? Let your imagination have its way and create the largest of all living beings in your head. Be satisfied with the outer shell of this item. It's more endearing since you can't see what's inside. Not being able to open it makes it all the more nice and special. In reality, it is empty. On the surface, this is not art. It is a temporary spectacle compared to eternity's children, and yet that is why it is art. Machines like me are incapable of comprehending this. Innocence. All used to possess it, but lost it over time. This story is the shape of that precious memory. Harnessing the absence of air, this environmentally friendly computer is incredibly fast. Being unstable in high winds is a bit of a minus, however. This will solve any problem given enough time. The selling point of this computer is its grit. Gravitational, electromagnetic, centripetal, dynamic, centrifugal. More powerful than any of the myriad forces of physics is this, the largest, strongest, fastest, coolest flywheel of all time. It is so powerful as to be immeasurable, so there is no way to confirm its potential. Compared to a local product Fixman, this is 2 times. 4 times. No, even more. This metal fastener is 256 times more powerful. Give it time, it'll fix anything in position. What is Fixman? We may never know. None want to believe it. A world so brutal as to require steel torso guard for self-defense. It is certainly unattractive, but what should you value more, fashion or safety? This item, though rough, is a perfect support belt for fathers. Even has a built-in massager. This deep crimson stone is said to reflect humanoid souls and indicate strong emotions. Whether it indicates passion or righteous ire depends on the love you give your wife each day. Merely gazing at this will make girlfriends look like the queens of the galaxy and boyfriends look like the kings of debt. Fit for the ruler of the universe, this is the ultimate giant diamond. An emerald in the shape of a 4-leaf plant. Its vivid green soothes souls and calls forth joy. Long ago, evil forces clashed with those of justice. and the evil is locked up in a stone. This is that stone. Am I evil for making up such a tale? Justice, please look the other way. All anger and unreleased stress are washed away by the glory of the symbol of universal love. Stones, soil, and the stars themselves overflow with delight for the symbol of galactic love. This shape was the universal symbol of love. Yet the stone's cut refraction is menacing. It could be used to create a horrible laser weapon or something even worse. We machines live in eternal fear of the ability of sentient beings to turn anything into a weapon. A communications monitor found on an uncivilized planet. Sadly, it is broken and does not work. As such, its purpose cannot be confirmed. Yet, that only heightens its irresistible appeal. Reality or misperception. Either way, you should buy it. This started covering was lined up with others as if they were meant to protect something. Proof of megalithic civilization. I'm unsure about that, but bluffing is paramount. At the end of a long life, some beings wish to leave the world and stroll in a field of flowers. Does this desire ever come to fruition? I do not know, but this beautiful card makes me wonder. Even we machines ponder the end of the metaphysical world. Some enigmatic energy unknown to Hakatet lies inside. It is so unpredictable, it cannot be used. According to my measurements, almost no energy is remaining within, yet it keeps on flowing. The energy one can draw from matter has a limit, but the energy of the heart is endless. Perhaps that's the case here. This proves that machines have will and determination. This calls out to be opened, peeked inside, tasted. This temptation-filled item is perfect for those who wish to test the strength of their resolve. A taste of knowledge from a savage world. This contains a whole juice of a primitive fruit. If you are a devotee of genuine taste, you cannot pass this up. Natural beauty fills the design, and merely viewing it incites a righteous appetite. How about it? Behold the overwhelming power of monotone yellow. Spiciness fills both the eyes and mouth. Irresistible! Another early entry for an early name. Children know nothing of it. They must never know. This a fun-loving album for adults only. Enjoy it fully in secret. After much evaluation and processing, this item has been classified as a mere cap. Does it have some unknown value? Within the realm of imagination, it is priceless. If you have both pieces, does the value increase? Do you want it? Need it? Crave it? You should. This is the ultimate storehouse of geographic data in the entire galaxy. Is this a miracle crystal born of universal desire, or a machine manufactured by the master of Dimension X? Whatever it is, it reacts to treasure. It is handy, so do not give it a hard time. Do you want to nap in luxury like a feudal lord? This lifestyle assistant will help you do it. Tests on employees are very positive. The strange dreams were an added bonus. A 10-day machine based on primitive science principles. Come, you pale recluses and sun-starved hermits. You too can have healthy, stylish tans. A heat-resistant alloy forged in the fires of justice and passion. Wear it and feel courageous burn. You have nothing to fear. But, due to hoard ventilation, this is not suited to sweaty beings. You cannot see it and you cannot touch it, but it is definitely here and there. What, you ask? Whatever the suit is fortified by, that is what? I cannot believe there's a better material than what I am made of. In the compressed air cylinder of this flamethrower, liquid gas is lit, producing the fire that gives the weapon its name. It is very dangerous, and good kids know not to play with it. In case you wonder, it cannot be used as a substitute for spaceship's rockets. You cannot see it. You cannot smell it. Yet this weapon will steal your life given the chance. At least it used to, until I shrewdly exchanged its poison gas for hilarious laughing gas. Crafted with an eye for safety, it is the funniest weapon ever. A new employee of Hakatet Freight. He's always silent and none know what he's thinking. He appears to operate on the same wavelength as insects, however with dangerous results. After he was entrapped, he somehow managed to hijack an insect's brain. I really wasn't planning on doing this, but I'm gonna do it again. So, once again, only gonna do one take for this one. Hope it goes good first try, because it's only we're never gonna get. Alright, so, the uninteresting entries are for the Science Project, Conifer Spire, Taste Sensation, Impenetrable Cookie, Diet Doomer, Lustrous Element, Fossilized Earths a Day, Leviathan Feather, Scrumptious Shell, Unknown Merit, Invigorator, Mirrored Stage, Danger Chime, Mystical Disc, Navi U-Table, that again, Terra Stone, Joyless Jewel, Omniscient Sphere, Love Sphere, Crystallized Telekinesis, Material Sculpture, Silencer, Coil Launcher, Boom Cone, Doomsday Apparatus, Boss Stone, Stone of Glory, Cosmic Archive, Healing Cask, Pondering Emblem, Happiness Emblem, Drought Ender, Boot Knuckles, Dream Material, Amplified, Professional Noisemaker, The Key, and the Shock Therapist. And that went pretty good. The most interesting and the least interesting, though, are the Silencer, which uses numericals instead of words, and Professional Noisemaker, which uses the percent symbol instead of the word. That's the end of the treasure hoard, at least for right now, but the game still has one more encyclopedia to cover, and after that, well, we'll get to that. First up is Olimar's notes, specifically scientific names. If I may make a quick interjection here, there's a few early common names. You can probably tell they belong to just by looking at them. Now to the scientific names. The Decorated Cannonbeal's early scientific name is Grantis Chuculina decorum. For the Doodlebug, it's Scarabeidae flatularum. For the Matite, it's just Materius. For the Wollywog, it's Ichthyosa albino, making it related to the water nipple. For the Wogpole, it's Ichthyosa felinus, the same with the water nipples. It's probably a mistake. For the Mamuta, it's simply Mamuta. For all the Dweevils, the genus in the early script is Mandarachia, when the fowl is Mandarachnia, adding an N. As far as I can tell, because I don't actually have any way to confirm any of this stuff myself, all of the early scientific names are miscapitalized, capitalizing all their parts, not just the genus. Additionally, the Toady Bloister, Allsticks, Candypop, Buzz, Pellet, Posy, Common Glow, Cap, Glowstem, Clover, Figwort, Dandelion, Seeding Dandelion, Horsetail, Foxtail, Margaret, and the Fiddlehead are all missing their scientific names. As for scientific families, the Doodlebug, Toady Bloister, Glowstem, Dandelion, Seeding Dandelion, Horsetail, Foxtail, and the Beady Longlegs are all missing them. So that was pretty quick, I'd say, but you can only imagine where we're going next. This large organism has the familiar mandibles and cranial morphology of the grub dog family, as well as the characteristic bulging eyes. As with most grub dogs, its cranium comprises half the organism's length and girth. Showing a scarlet abdomen with white spots, this creature is primarily nocturnal, choosing to prey upon smaller creatures returning to their nests. Originally classified as the spotty bullborb, further research have reclassified the species as the red bullborb. Subspecies of various colors have recently been discovered, but academics divided into two rival camps on how to handle the classification. A grub dog larva's third stage development is biostructure nearing maturation. However, unlike mature bull bears, it is yet to claim its own patrol route and thus is dependent upon its parent for guarding direction. As the name implies, this creature is a bullborb in the early stage of development. Its distinct bulbar coloration is yet to appear, but it already exhibits other uniquely bullborb characteristics and is capable of hunting nourishment independently without the help of its parents. Unlike Pikmin, the nested Pikmin onions, this parasitic relative spends its life inside the body of a host, usually a bullborb. Juveniles fall in line and mimic the action of their parent until maturing to full independence. By burying its root-like limbs in the nervous system of the host bullborb and fusing it with natural hormonal excretions, the Pikmin is able to control virtually all functions of the host. However, the host's voracious appetite seems impossible to suppress. A very subtle species of the fiery blowhog, the spray blowhog lacks several of the dominant genes necessary for the production of fire-producing catalysts and thus spells just as a non-flammable liquid. This subspecies appears to only recently evolved, but the hereditary traits of this variant are dominant and highly robust, so its population is rapidly increasing. The withering blowhog is a close relative of the puffy blowhogs, but its breath is significantly weaker. However, its breath does contain petal-withering, ethylene-like plant hormone that causes flowers to instantly lose the petals. Although its breath has not been studied in detail, analysis of the chemical compounds involved hold great promise for the biotechnology sector. This beastly predator's aggressive rejection of high-speed projectiles makes it one of the most fearsome creatures in the ecosystem. Its body seems to be composed of both biological and mechanical components and represents one of the most evolutionarily advanced specimens ever recorded. The chamber within its torso gives it rapid-fire biopellet launch capabilities. What appears to be a tail fin is in fact the base of its counterweight ammunition cylinder, so immobilizing the appendage will prevent the Gwent from attacking. At least in theory. Confirmation of this ambition remains elusive, as nobody has volunteered to test it. As the species of insect only been released and discovered, fully mature specimens are yet to be collected. No molting metamorphosis has been observed in the observation period, making it unlikely the mature Whiskerpillas will be counted anytime soon. Based on active predation by Pikmin, it is believed the Whiskerpillas' place in the food chain has not changed over time. This specimen is representative of an insect hybrid that uses electricity in addition to glycogen for its energy. Although difficult to confirm due to their microscopic size, tiny holes in the creature's life called the friction that generates the electrical charge. The electrical charge is processed by the creature internal making the battery structure and then stored as Day's electrical, or D field. As the field reaches critical levels, surplus electricity is emitted, resulting in a low-voltage current that's transmitted between specimens. It can shock other creatures in the immediate vicinity. Considering this process, it can be surmised that the largest impetus to pack behavior is not so much the synergistic effect of producing as a pack, but as to take advantage of the most effective means of group preservation. The Volantron Dweevil is one member of the insect family known for mimicking objects by carrying them on their backs. The Dweevil family exhibits the most unusual characteristic whereby the creature's behavioral patterns actually change based upon the object the creature carries on its back. Perhaps because the Volantron Dweevil developed a habit of carrying explosive devices, delivers the most potent attacks of all species within the Dweevil family, approached with caution and or body armor. This magnificent specimen has a bicycle coloration and greatest number of lateral spots than any member of the Fibular family. This species seems lost some swim proficiency with evolutionary adaptation, the greater than greater jumping ability. The amphibian inhabits aquatic shallows to show its instinctive drive to jump upon and squash smaller creatures. Research from most recent expeditions confirmed the presence of candy pot bugs in subterranean regions. Considering the microecologies the planet has been founded, one could surmise it could be found in any cavern regardless of geographic regions. Tossing Pikmin in its flower results in the release of purple Pikmin seeds, regardless of the color of Pikmin tossed in. This variety of candy pot bug contains robustly odoriferous oils throughout. If candy pot flowers could be cultivated, there's no doubt these plants will offer multifaceted benefits to the cosmetic, medical, and tourist industries. This specimen constantly changes colors. When Pikmin are thrown into it, it's just as I see the matched flower's coloration the moment Pikmin land inside of it. The number C shout-out matches the number of Pikmin tossed in. It can be said this is a completely baffling plant, and many mysteries remain precisely what sort of relationship it has with the Pikmin. It appears that Pikmin get all the benefit from the relationship. Perhaps it's simply a different variety of Pikmin to begin with. Like the petals of flowers drifting on the breeze, the sight of these flutterbys dancing in the lush green of the wood is unforgettable. Flutterby collectors drill with specimen samples boxes lined in order, highlighting the slight color graduation changes from blue to red to yellow. Such items fetch particularly high prices at auction. Feeding on the seeds and fruits of plants, the mutant is actually known to sow and grow plant species for this purpose. While other species have exhibited seed-bearing behavior for the purpose of storage, the Bermuda is the only species so far known to actually cultivate fields of plants to even clip undecidable branches as to fatten fruit on other parts of the tree. The light emitted from this rain motion from the reflection or release of stored light. It goes not only to decomposing trees but also soil and rocks. The fungal filaments the mushroom is composed of are capable of stabilizing and concentrating Habitation 111. It is nothing than the Habitation 111 portion of the point of critical mass that causes the blue light of the glow cap. This resembles the technology behind the LED lighting ears of dual terminals, besides the Doppler pushing characteristics of dual terminals. It is possible this could be a relic of some unknown civilization beyond our imagination. This plant remains erect and the withering loses its colors, we're only hypothesized by the true color of this plant's plumage. However, local soil analysis indicates recent amounts of area pasture graph, making it not hard to imagine that this area was thick with these plants in the summer. At first glance, this plant resembles a spring used in ship's sublight engine. Many of its most primitive characteristics remain intact, including its habit of spreading through the disbursement of spores. The majority of snagger species rely on which to ambush and capture prey with biostructures that are perfectly adapted to such behavior. It rarely attacks small surface-dwelling insects. Distributed across a relatively wide range, some species of snaggers due to the varying soil conditions have emerged, making the snagger the most geographically represented species besides the bullborb. Visually resembling the burrowing snagger is the burrowing snarrow, the range of which partially overlaps with the snagger's range. While the two may appear similar, when pulled from the ground they can be distinguished by the presence or absence of tail and wing markings. This gargantuan species of the greater bedbug family has a torso so perfectly square that it appears like it's formed in a mold. For a brief period after birth, the giant bugger competes with fewer smaller bread bugs, but upon reaching maturity, it takes out much larger prey. This is the primary reason that two species with similar feeding habits can coexist in the same habitat. Hordes of Pikmin appear to pose the only plausible threat to this massive creature's life. This species of mollusk considers itself the process of evolution. What appears to be a flower shine marking on its back is actually its gills. The arranging bloisters snare small animals with sticky tentacles, reels them in and consumes them. Observers know that this creature exhibits a keen interest for flashing objects. It often tries to capture and ingest these objects. Researchers and explorers equipped with flashing identification beacons should be wary in close proximity to this dangerous predator. The largest member of the weevil family, this species carries protective objects that frequently exhibit offensive capabilities, an evolution that can only be attributed to chance. Another evolutionary theory is that the chemical contents of the containers carried by the Titan weevils contribute to possible gene splicing. While other weevils do not seem to choose the objects they carry, the Titan weevil appears to prefer shiny objects above all others. For the uninteresting entries, for the dwarf red bulborb, spotted bullbear, armored cannon beetle larva, puffy blowhawk, iridescent flint beetle, doodlebug, female sugarcup, cloaking barrownet, hermit crawmad, bumbling snitch bug, red spotted dilliafloat, anode beetle, lapis like cannon pot, bud creeping chrysanthemum, honeywitch, margaret, shoot, empress bulblights, emperor bulblights, and the pleated snagret. But of course, there are still Louis notes to contend with. Plum specimens are best spit roasted whole, stuffed with a lemon and a slab of bacon. Pluck the feathers, wrap it full along with a half lemon, and place directly on the grill. The frills to protect the bird from scorching, and the lemons will give an elegant hint of citrus. This creature's meaty flanks make for salaciously savory steaks that shouldn't be missed. For a blissful bisque, mince finely served with a heavy cream, artichoke hearts, and a pinch of black pepper. For an unrivaled green curry, peel away the skin, pulverize the juicy innards, and stir until curiously fragrant. Spice to taste. Remove innards, stuff with sage, and finally esposito, and broil until golden brown. I probably mispronounced mosquito, but Google doesn't tell me how to pronounce it, so... oh well. This creature offers little meat, but its eyeballs are a local delicacy. Try them with okra and a dollop of sour cream. Deep fry without batter for all the flavor with half the fat. Grind the meat and season with allspice, salt, and ground white pepper. Press season meat into bratwurst lengths and pan fry them with onions. Just before serving, smother the broth with Dijon mustard and sauerkraut. Roast this flavorful beast for several hours, letting it stew in its own succulent juices. Slice meat into tender cutlets and vigorously apply a lime and pepper rub. Pan fry until lightly crusted. Accompany with fresh watercress and drizzle of tamarind sauce. Deep fry the skin until crispy, salted generously, and serve with mango salsa. Hang on a rack of sun-dry on a hot afternoon. When suitably crisp, grind it up. Mix a great substitute for cayenne or curry powder. Stir fry with caramelized onions and pille posy sprouts. Spoon over a bowl of fluffy white rice. Season to taste. These delicious treats are exceptionally rare. I can sell them back home for a fortune. Then I can use the money to upgrade my kitchen and buy galactic class ingredients. Looking for a flavor that will surprise and delight your guests? Try this beast's leg meat in next risotto. Lay with sliced avocado and Gouda, then broil until the meat is choice and the cheese is browned. The beast is most flavorful and cotton cooked just after laying its eggs. For an unforgettable quiche, slice and mix with 4 eggs, 2 vine ripe tomatoes, diced zucchini, and generous handfuls of feta and Swiss. Bake until crusty and golden. Grate into a zest and whisk with sugar, cream, and chopped dark chocolate for a lusciously indulgent mousse as a true culinary coup de grace. Drain the electrical charge before boiling. Although it's edible while charged, eating results in an unpleasant tingling sensation. Bake on high heat until crispy, then dip in a pot of melted milk chocolate. Crunchy and delicious. Marinate a well-molded steak for several hours in chipotle marinade, then charbroil. Remove the wings and discard the remainder of the beast. Eat the luxurious wafer-thin wings with fine caviar. Shuck from the shell, mince and shape into small cakes. Pan sear the cakes until crusted, but be careful not to overcook the delicate meat. Extract the meat from the shell and sear in all sides in a hot wok, sealing the flavor. Top of a splash of spicy peanut sauce. Similar in taste and texture to gelatin, this jiggling master jelly can be sculpted in all kinds of creative shapes. As a bonus, all doubles as a professional-grade hair gel. It's the perfect summer treat. Like a fine cheese, the aroma of this beast can be oppressive, but its flavor must be experienced. Grind up the entire creature, cook thoroughly in a pan, and mix with spicy tomato sauce. Makes the best sloppy joes. Exposure to even extreme heat isn't with this creature of deposits of explosive gas. It's probably best for everyone if you avoid eating this hazardous fare. This scorching species will spontaneously combust if left in direct sunlight. This creature is best ground up, shaped into a patty, and flame broiled on the grill. Slap on tomatoes, some lettuce, ketchup, and slide it between a sesame seed bun for the ultimate beast burger experience. Can't be eaten raw, but much more flavorful when steamed or grilled. It's heavily lasagna, but feel free to experiment with this lush ingredient. This plant's tough texture makes it unsuitable for salads, but it makes for a grandiose garnish. This toy creature's acidic juice can burn a hole through a frying pan. Eating it would be unwise. This convenient plant secretes a viscous oil that eliminates the need for salad dressing. Eating this plant raw leads to spectacular, breathtaking indigestion. When thinly sliced, this plant's sizable bowl makes for a sumptuous pizza topping. Generally used only as a garnish, this leaf has a strong oaky flavor that tends to overpower the delicate, intermingling flavors of a gourmet dish. There's not a lot of meat on the bones, but the wings are surprisingly tasty, particularly with a sweet, candied glaze. Although the eggs are small, the yolk is distinctly bold and tangy flavor. Try toasting a few pounds of meat and fresh vegetables to cook up a crunchy scramble. Hearty and nutritious, but also bland and unimaginative. It may be palatable in a pinch, but it holds no true culinary promise. Exquisite fresh or sauteed, this fungus will be hot in the galaxy's trendiest restaurants. This titillating ingredient tastes impossibly fresh, but you must cook it immediately. If you don't, it'll go bad within minutes. Because it would be impossibly fresh. Gee, hey, that's a good tagline. If Wendy's ever hires me as their on a new like marketing team or something, I'll suggest that. Young leaves are only suitable in salads or as seasoning. Use a flower as a garnish. Remove and discard the primitive scaly leaves, then blanch and tender heart in pine nut broth. Carefully peel off the fragile leaves and toss with fresh spinach and escarole salad. Sun-dry the leaves for several days, then grind them into a mortar and pestle. The resulting herb grants an aromatic, earthly flavored dishes, perfect for mutton and poultry. For a sophisticated delicacy, make a pate foie gras from this creature's liver and spread it over a sesame cracker. Skewer meat in morsels and barbecue over an open flame. To prep the tongue for cooking, marinate in olive oil and chop into cubes. Stir with carrots, potatoes, and chives. Cover and simmer over low heat for several hours. Accompany its mouth-watering stew with a hearty roll. Although this colossal beast yields a mountain of meat, every ounce of it is flavorless. Only suitable for intergalactic all-you-can-eat buffets. Although the meat is machinery, the oil makes for mouth-watering gravy a lubricative vinaigrette. The gill is best prepared deep-fried in urban breadcrumb batter, also tasty poached and drenched with peanut sauce. Dessert meets all the rage in Hakatit. When the planet's finest chefs here by the kind of sorbets, pies, and parfaits you can make with this sweet beast, they'll clamor for every morsel we bring home. Eaten raw, this creature's legs are bold and full-flavored. What a satisfying crunch! The entries for the Edison flint beetle and the hematite are the interesting ones. Well, actually, a lot of them were, but I had to go by the pronounceable difference rule. I guess I didn't really have to, but I did. There's also 3 miscellaneous entries. It's currently unknown what they belong to, as apparently the Chaos Demo keeps its entries in different order than the final game. Nothing seems to tame this creature's unappetizing odor, not even baking or boiling it for hours. It should never, ever be eaten again. By anyone. Although similar to the Raging Longlegs final entry, it's there too. This truffle-like treat is best sliced in strips, soaked in olive oil and placed atop of a slab of fresh mozzarella. And finally, inedible. Previous edition attempts resulted in a rampant Pikmin hurling. That's kind of funny. So that knocks out the 4 biggest things, but we're still nowhere near done. Let's shift away from that stuff to space emails. Isn't this exciting? A quick word of warning though, I for the most part don't have access to the entirety of the mail in its original form, meaning so I'll definitely have to put in some line breaks. So these may not be 100% accurate. If you don't care, this won't affect you. If you have to do something with OCD and you memorized line breaks in the mail, then I'm sorry. You found your first bit of treasure. Fine work. Our futures depend upon your efforts. Check your treasure list regularly. I'll check it often. Keep up the pace. Baby steps first, Alma. Plan well and don't worry about me. I'm just one happy Hakatet saves him alone after all. There's nothing left to repossess, so ha! How's progress, Alma? Just remember sitting back and watching from afar makes for a boring life. Be sure to hold R occasionally for a close-up view of the action. My dearest dear, how are you? Your boss gave me this space email account and told me this business trip of yours. Just remember, you have family to think about. Louie, it's been 3 months since you joined our company. Isn't it what you call cool? I expect big things from you, Louie. Far bigger things than I expect from Olimar. Olimar, I see that you're making notes on the treasure list. This is no scientific jaunt, it's business, which is why the ship is making sales pitches for your finds. Sometimes I think of where we'd be now if I hadn't been so stingy. If I'd purchased space insurance. But the route Louie took was always a safe shipping lane. I just took a call from my loan agent. He has the scariest voice I've ever heard. Why you were dawdling about? My life is hanging by a thread. Get to work, slackers! Some say that one should look to the past, to places that one has been already in order to make new finds. Of course, extraordinary people like me always press onward. All I do now is take calls from debt collectors. Think it was okay to work at a leisurely place was a big mistake. Work isn't about quality, it's about speed. Go to it! Olimar, you're my hero. You erased half of our debts. Still, things have become a bit dangerous, so I'm going into hiding. Make sure to focus on work, and don't slack off. Hello, I'm still in the lamp from the debt collectors. For the time being, I'm supposed to live under the bridge, but if they catch me, I don't know what will become of poor me. When you are down, you find out who your true friends are, and I think I finally have. I'm thinking maybe I'll just fire you 2 ingrates and hire these nice animals. Today, a group from the government office has paid me a visit. They whisked me up under the bridge of our trash. The animals left. I've nowhere left to turn. Dad, thank you so much. Mom's giving me allowance again. She had this huge smile on her face when she gave it to me, too. You had a ton stashed away, didn't you? Today, I just missed getting down by the debt collectors. I was able to escape them things the diet my wife suggested I go on. You should try it, too. Today, I tried building a small room at the top of a tree. It reminded me of my younger days when I lived in a little shed. Remembering those days makes this bearable. I have a regrettable message. I have been caught. If I don't pay off the company debts right away, I'm to be buried in Hakadet Swamp. It's bleak here. Please hurry. Alma, come back to Hakadet right away. I need to be held hostage in my place. I'm going to run. I'm going to search for treasures. Hurry now. Alma, you are slow as molasses. Affected now, reducing to a bottom-rung employee to get back on pace. Seems Louis has more promise as of late. Will my life end in a place like this? No, I won't die. Alma, I believe in you. Hurry up and get these debts repaid. Oh, how I wish I were there to oversee this project. I wonder just how many days have gone by since I was captured by the debt collectors. Alma, Louis, please. I'm almost done for. Repay the debt. Please. Why, you? Some president you are! I just got back from vacation to find you on a treasure hunt. Well, don't bother coming home till you found every item on your list. Alma, you worked so hard. Your special bonus arrived today. This is the first, isn't it? I want the kids everything they've been wanting. They were so happy. And so was I. Louie, are you eating well? When you were just a little boy, you were a bit skinny side, so I made you eat healthily. Be sure to cook suspect foods before eating them. At my age, reminiscing is wonderful. Louie, do you remember the hill behind our house? You hated to play outside, so made you walk and eat bugs and plants. Ah, memories. Lately, I've been getting a lot of strange mail from a funny address. From a strange lady asking me to be her friend. It really freaked me out. What should I do, Papa? Mama's being mean. Every day I go to school. I want to be a great lady. But I'm so tired. Brother's always crying. Being a lady stinks. Hey, hon, I'm on a solo vacation right now. Beach during the day, theater at night. Ah, life is grand. And don't worry, the kids are in school every day until 10. Whee! Papa, this is awful. Mama threw away all my games. Seems like every time money comes in, she gets meaner. Where did I ask Mama from before go? I think I may have messed up, darling. I lost a small fortune buying lottery tickets. It was all a nightmare. You may have to live a little lean for a while, I'm afraid. Hey, Papa, I am so happy. Mama's back to normal. I'm not sure what the reason is. Love, maybe? Anyway, Herman, come home. And don't forget to bring souvenirs. Pocketed e-mag number 255. Not just songs, songs of love. Listen to the greatest hits of Pick and get happy. Pick. http://www.nintendo.com. So that's the end of the mail. It's very convenient that it ended on a spam message because some of the spam messages, as far as you know, had the links changed. Those being the I'm so lonely and the designer items at co-rate prices messages, in addition to the one from before. Naturally, some interesting formatting, spelling, overall grammar changes that I didn't feel like reading. These are the messages from the president, received cookies from Louie's aunt but ate them. The designer items at co-rate prices spam. The message where Oliver's son talks about going to the hot springs. The message from Oliver's daughter where she, along with Oliver's wife and son, go to the orchestra. And the message where Oliver's son writes on behalf of Bulby. So now that that's done with, now what? Well, I have the cutscene text lined up. He's not responding via his communicator either. He's either flouting protocol or in danger.
I am not in danger.
Oh no!
I am the danger.
Attention, Captain Almar. I've just now re-established my communications link with Louie. Louie, allow me to set a condition per our safety protocols. Are you at all injured? Press R/pause to communicate with me and obtain information about the terrain. You can use C-Stick to issue objectives and change the direction of your Pikmin squad. Perhaps this object is one of the pieces of treasure that we're searching for. Good morning. Ready for another day of working hard for your company, boss, and families? The Pikmin should be able to destroy this earthen wall, tear it down, and proceed onward. Command them as you would in battle with a hostile creature. Tell C-Stick to drive the equipment to the wall or throw them onto it. It may take some time to fall. While they work, you can get back and relax. They know what it feels like to be a corporate executive. There's also 2 text boxes shorter than the final version. Interesting. Warm air is welling up from the hole in the ground that opens up before you. Intriguing. My heat sensors indicate that the inside of this hole is warmer than on the surface. This hole appears to be quite deep. My sensors indicate more complicated terrain ahead. This appears to be a variety of candy pod bud, but should have launched a record for a purple one. Data indicates also Pikmin to a candy pot bud change it in the color of the bud. But no theory suggests the existence of Pikmin matching the color of this bud. Perhaps you should experiment tossing a Pikmin in. Amazing! This is a purple Pikmin! His hair is quite stocky. It seems very heavy and powerful. Since when Pikmin are tossing them into flowers is intriguing, perhaps there were other types. The text for the cutscene plays when leaving Merchant's Cave for the first time actually has an explanation for the randomization and time-slipping abilities of the caves. The explanation does actually exist for the final game. Notice it didn't say in the final game, as explanation was relegated to a page on the manual. As for the text, you successfully returned to the planet's surface. Processing. How interesting. The clock indicates the same time that it did when it went underground. A geomagnetic radiation field underground must have warped the time-space continuum. Even my record of the terrain has been erased. What? You still want to work? Unacceptable! You do not realize it, but you both are exhausted. The exploration pod will drop its treasure to make room to carry you, Louie, and the Pikmin above. It would be most helpful to remember you as the red ones. Yes, most helpful. The yellow Pikmin climbed on the tree and approached. They are staring in this direction. Now this hole is filled with wretched, nasty bugs. Dangerous, life-threatening bugs. These are surely blue Pikmin, like the other types they appear to be staring directly at you. Yeah. Into your soul. Interesting. My odor detectors are reacting. A scent wafts from the hole before you. A strange rock sits in the water, tends to indicate this piece of matter blocks the cavern entrance. Perhaps something sits to wait beneath. I shall turn the stone to predict what's below. Just a crease in the palm can be read so a crease on a stone, to speak of the rock's past. Astounding! It doesn't indicate that an enticing encounter awaits you below. There's also 1 text box shorter. What could be happening in the depths of the earth? Intriguing! My audio sensors to pick up a high-pitched wail. Interesting. My metal detectors were reacting quite violently. Yet another cave discovered. Venture to the farthest reaches has rewarded you. Interesting. Deeper sections of this cave seem to be submerged in liquid. Sadly, I'm a delicate piece of machinery that cannot touch water. You two must go alone. What is this? I can see with my optical receptors, but my sensors don't react to it at all. Mr. President, you've arrived. This planet is so laden with treasure is like a dream come true. We should make Hakadet Freight the shining golden king of deep space long-haul freight. Then everyone will be godly covered in gold, like me. No, I'm unique and beautiful. Yes. Well, if you still wish to enter, keep your wits and courage in check and just focus on surviving. Perhaps you'll find Louie in here. And yet, my CPU is edgy. Surely ludicrous dangers await. It is the bottom of the deepest, darkest, most foul, sinister, horribly vile depths. Do you still wish to enter? Of course you do. It is that courage that is our true treasure. Is that Louie? Mr. President, I've located Louie buried in a vast amount of treasure. We may still be in time. Quickly, to Louie's aid! Is your life fading? No, he appears only to have fainted. He's always running into trouble and fainting. We'll have to keep him in the cargo hold with the treasure. You jerk! How could you possibly consider a beast's treasure? It appears to have enhanced motor skills. What a wondrous nectar that must be. How intriguing, like plants pick mature from leaf to bud to flower. Captain Olimar, you may share the information you have with subordinates like Louie. Astounding! The Pikmin's heads are glowing and seem extremely agitated. This place was once green and lush. This odd glow seems to be the cause of all the withering. I swear I've seen this before. Intriguing! The creature displays symptoms of severe poisoning upon consuming the white Pikmin. Try to earn as many points as you can to earn fortune and glory as a treasure hunter. The hole that continues deeper underground is opened. On to the next treasures! Normally I'd only do one take for these things, but the last one went so abysmal, and I'm gonna do a second one. Okay, so, like I was trying to say the first time, some text with the crash landing, meeting red Pikmin, explaining onions first, treasure, merchant's cave introduction, identified Pikmin limit, Ivory Candy Pop Bud introduction, subterranean complex introduction, Bulbman introduction, and the day after Pikmin extinction cutscenes have the designated understanding changes. But now, some of them are for coloring text. Yeah, that one. Great. The eternal question. What's next? Treasure series announcement things. They're no longer than starting through lines, meaning we lost out on a lot of personality in the final game. You've collected the Simpleton series. This smorgasbord of flavors punches you in the wide and wonderful world of pocketed cuisine. You've collected the Nature's Candy series. Maybe we could build a booming business selling avant-garde veggies to modern-day gourmets. You've collected the Alien Veggie series. These greens may not be suitable for a salad, but some of the botanists for their scientific value. You've collected the Gourmet series. Between these classy flavors and my sales speak, I shall dominate the Hakadet culinary industry! You've collected the Sweet Tooth series. It makes you heavenly when you eat them all, but it won't be blissful when you visit the dentist. You've collected the New Discovery series. Regardless of whether any of these were actually once alive, we can sell them to eager biologists. You've collected the Ancient Secret series. All this old junk will yank the heartstrings of Hakadet romantics. You've collected the Rebar Alloy series. You can package the worthless scrap with all-purpose tools, sell it off wholesale. You've collected the Artistic Spirit series. My past and sales pitch will appeal to everyone's inner artist. You've collected the Modern Amenity series. We'll put all these items together to sell the science of advancing technology with their worthless junk. I love ripping people off. You've collected the Winter Nanny series. In their frigid winter, people like to stay indoors. We'll sell them these fun and exciting items. You've collected the Technology series. These artifacts may be mysterious, but they offer the greatest sales potential with the lowest risk. You've collected the Spaceship Repair Kit. We can prove its effectiveness by featuring my whole on flashy advertisements. As always, my sales pitch will be as smooth as butter. You've collected the Husband's Tears series. Women will cry out with joy when they see these gems, but men will just cry when we sell them to their wives. You've collected the Crystallized Thoughts series. I'll call these stupid stones Crystallized Thoughts and sell them at exorbitant prices! You've collected the Dream Product series. Bitter grunts get wistful when they hear the word dreams. My brilliant sales pitch will use them to jelly and empty their wallets. You've collected the Mystical Energy series. These enigmatic reactors power this alien planet. It's easy to be a brilliant act copy when you've got a compelling product. You've collected the Radical Receptacle series. Unorganized Hakadetians will pay a fortune for this cutting storage containers. You've got the Survival series. These are like Hakadet case of scientists and entrepreneurs working on dangerous planets. You've collected the Ancient Advertising series. These powerful persuasive logos are the ultimate attention grabbers. Maybe we should use one for Hakadet Freight. You've collected the Logo series. It's full of strange, indecipherable symbols. Should our illustrious company design one for ourselves? You've collected the Explorer's Friend series. I experienced firsthand the usefulness and convenience of these indispensable items. That's why I'd make the perfect pet robot. You've collected the Giant Insect Monster series. It's the worst monsters from your nightmares, brought to life. Entomologists and film directors will buy them by the whole load. Putting all this series is out together like that really puts in perspective how many there really are. That's beside the point, though. I still talk about the text you get when Explorer's Friend series treasure is dropped. There is not a whole lot. You've done it. The bird beast will trouble you no more. Processing. How curious. What's that glowing machine? That stench must be emanating from that object. The mechanized monstrosity is no longer functional. Processing. How curious. The giant completely vanished. But what in the world was it? Surface object scans indicate the presence of a shiny red machine. But what is it? There's only one instance here of a formatting change. But hey, to say there wasn't much. Not smaller than the text you get when you actually get the treasures. This material looks comfortable. I'll use it past the president's favorite sleeping bag. This object seems familiar. I shall combine it with the president's parallel dimension controller. The challenge mode cannot be accessed from the title screen. This object seems to replicate a humanoid fist. A basic glove much like it once lay in my hold. This object contains pockets of air under its surface. It's perfect for the boots I am making. Okay, so technically this part is a list, but like half of it isn't. And I'm supposed to do like one take for these things. And I've done like 7, 8, 9 maybe takes for this. Okay. One last attempt. In addition, the text requiring the anti-electrifier, Mega Tweeter Scorchard, and the Metal Suit Z all have some very minor changes. Hyphens and spaces and the like. Next up, some name changes. Let's start with some treasures. Let's just start with treasures. Not some treasures, just all the treasures, you know what I mean. To start, a wallop of a change. Potent pummeler to a brawl of frippery. I'm omitting when I said this part of the video originally because it's in fact wrong. I went on and on about how the brawl of frippery is in fact a marijuana leaf when, well, the filing for the treasure is Mamiji_normal. As you'll later in this video, Mamiji translates to a maple. Now that's how the brawl of frippery really works. Cupid's torpedo was nerfed into Cupid's grenade, conifer cone to conifer spire, boom log to boom cone, chance cube chance totem, and plain lid to massive lid. The anti-cut fungus and professional noisemaker has some very minor changes to their name. Interestingly though, you'll taste time with the early name Yellow Spice Talent, although that name would only appear on the treasure collected screen. The same thing happened with the Hypnotic Platter. The name adults only symbol would appear on the treasure collected screen, although elsewhere it would be adults only emblem. Some early names with those early entries. The treasure gauge used to be known as the Pick Radar, and the snack pit used to be known as the Beverage Hall. This name is similar to another early name we used to have, that we'll get to eventually, being a mess hall of libations. Libation refers to any liquid, usually a drink, that's poured out for a specific purpose, usually as an offering to something. We've already gone through quite a bit of stuff, so what could possibly be left to do? Well, strap yourself in, it's time for menu text. I'll let the editing do most of the work here. This changes the file select menu, this one for the world map, this one for the cave engines menu, this one for the cave exit prompt, this for the game completion menu, all these for 2-player battle mode menus, this one for challenge mode, this one entirely for the options menu, and these some changes to the memory card screen. This is some really exciting stuff here. I'm not going to bother showing this to you, but in the options menu, all instances of hertz getting space between them and their numbers. So I've exhausted every conceivable thing there is to talk about, but surely I must have something left up my sleeve. But I don't. That's all there is for Pikmin 2's kiosk demo. Next up, the Beast. The thing that I've mentioned this entire time. It's time to finally tackle the final game and all the stuff contained within. This is definitely a monstrous task, but I'm chipping away somewhere, and we're better than unused text. If you thought the kiosk demo was bad, you'd be correct. The final game was plenty of unused text to call its own, and was not as bad as the kiosk demo. Let's try and do them in the same order. Why? Because, why not? Slight specification here though. Apparently this found the Japanese version appears to be a more direct translation of Japanese text to English. But there does seem to be an issue, though. I can't actually find any of the early versions of Olimar's journal, so there must not be any then. On to the sales pitches. Humanoid desire knows no limits. Some things can never be helped. No research, no matter how supreme, will someday tire of consuming this thing. And yet it contains a mystic flavor born out of the cosmos itself. This legendary dessert seems to change its flavor as it is eaten. There are countless electromagnetic waves you cannot see circling the area around you. Here, there, everywhere. This is your pixel poisoned electromagnetic waves from outer space. Strange. My parts are syncopating to the rhythm. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. This device was designed based on the principle of stable tautology, is able to hold anything firmly in place. With this, not galactic typhoons are no longer to be feared. This creature holds the greatest concentration of knowledge in all the known universe. However, due to its naive personality, it pretends to be a mere pebble. For a being with the highest level of intelligence in the known universe, this creature contains a galactic-sized helping of love. But due to its shyness, it will not speak of that love. Another universe's most intelligent beings, this creature's entire existence for the very birth to ultimate collapse of the universe is dedicated to devising a very special joke. And that's that. Don't get your hopes up though, that's the sort of section. Louis' notes won't be quite as kind. Plump round ones are best bit roasted whole. Also make good steak. Plump round ones are best bit roasted whole. Also make good steak. When roasted, this gives most unappeasing to the eye, and thus is best removed beforehand. Delicious in soups and stews. Excellent when boiled and served with salad. When cooked, its color is unpleasant, so it should not be used as a colorizer. Its skin is quite tough, so remove it prior to cooking. Yeah, but how do you cook it? That's why I'm here. It's why I'm here to know how to cook this darn thing. I want to know how to cook spotty bull bears, darn it. Tell me how to do it. Remove the intestines and other innards, stuffed with fresh herbs and greens, then broil in the oven until well cooked. See? That's how you do it. That's how you tell me how to cook things. Louis. This creature offers little meat, but its eyeballs are quite delectable and can even be eaten raw. Delicious deep fried after removing all the wax. The eyeballs are particularly delicious. Deep frying without batter produces a delicate flavor. When eating raw, choose only the freshest specimens and be wary of parasites. Deep fry in beer batter. The faint flavor of savory leaf is quite exquisite. Can be eaten raw, but it's also quite good boiled with turnips. Tenderize meat with a rolling pin and serve raw. Season with ginger to taste. Carefully remove all sand, peel back exoskeleton, and slurp heartily. Also tasty fried. Deep fry the skin until crispy and serve salted with dip. Sun dry, then broil for a great afternoon snack. Best sauteed together with pellet pussy sprouts. Bake in foil, but only the tender pellet inside basted naturally with the intestinal fluids. These are quite scarce and highly praised, thus sell at a high price. So, boil scentless legs with just a pinch of salt until tender, then separate the meat and serve with butter, salt, and pepper to taste. Saute lightly. This flesh has highest oil content and thus particularly flavorful just prior to laying its eggs. Best sauteed in a frying pan together with raptor talons. That makes sense. Wait until molting, then boil the so-called soft shell portion and season. It's surprisingly delicious, except for the wings. Leave the shell on and boil with a pinch of sauce, then serve hot with tartar sauce. Saute with butter and white wine for a truly gourmet meal. Gradually drain its electrical charge and roast over an open flame. Eating while still charged is possible, produces a tingling sensation. Flash fry in a frying pan and sprinkle grated cheese on top. Remove the legs in advance for those who find them unappealing. The smaller ones are quite good dipped in beer batter and deep fried. Poke a hole in the belly of a fresh one and suck out its contents. It is robustly nourishing. After removing the wings, fry it. It goes splendidly with lemon juice. Blend it up, shell it all in a blender, and form into meatballs. Use in stews and sauces. Boil until the shell peels off, then fry. Sun dry everything with salad or other fresh greens. The odor can be off-putting, so wash it thoroughly with water, then dry it in the sun. If left too long, this will spontaneously combust, so prepare and eat soon after hunting. Fry until crispy, sprinkle with lemon juice, then serve. Due to its high water content, this has a much more subtle flavor than other varieties, so it's best served with ample salt. Regardless of temperature, he has not seen a rid this of its gaseous deposits, so it is best not to eat this. Apart from the legs, this creature is too watery and gelatinous and is not suited for cooking. It's fine to cook the legs and dispose of the rest. This is best ground up into a patty and fired on a grill over an open flame. Cover with breadcrumbs and deep fry. This plant smells far too weedy, is unfortunately not suitable for salads. This spicy flower does not go well with salads. This is far too acidic for use in cooking. With oil sometimes called the butter of the woods, eating this plant leaves the tummy feeling thick with grease, and thus not recommended for salads. This flower does not keep well, spoiling very quickly, making it unsuitable for cooking. Eating this plant raw leads to loosening of the bowels, so it's not recommended for cooking. Toss the flowers and stem, slice the bulb, and serve fresh with salad. Generally used only as a garnish, they have a decidedly pleasant woodsy flavor when steamed delicately. There is little meat on these, but the wings are surprisingly tasty, particularly with a sweet glaze. Soak the eggs through a straw for a very balanced, if slightly unappealing meal. Rots almost immediately, so if one is caught, she boils on the spot. Keeps up to 3 days. This is hard and difficult to season, for the trouble required is not particularly tasty. However, it is most nutritious and thus will promise for future experimentation in the kitchen. The flavor of this melts significantly when added to soup. Is that a good thing? Remarkably delicious, fresh, boiled, broiled, or sauteed, this one was likely to experience a sharp rise in popularity. Inedible. Inedible. Use young leaves only in salads or as seasoning. Use the flower as a garnish. Dried, roasted, and ground up, the roots of this plant make suitable coffee substitute. Remove and discard primitive scale-like leaves, then boil. Inedible. Inedible. It's... wait for it. Inedible. Peel off the unopened leaves and boil in a rich broth. Inedible. The ovaries, flavored with just a hint of salt, are an incredible delicacy. Everyone should appreciate this flavor at least once. Based with a savory sauce to cook on a skewer over an open flame. Danger! Do not eat! Using the tongue as a stew base is most exquisite. More meat than a common bread bug, but even less flavor. Bathe this fine meat, bathe and basting with its own juices while roasting slowly. Separate the juices, stick it into a gravy, then pour over and serve with stuffing. This is pretty much just machinery. The oil isn't too bad though. The gills are best prepared deep fried in a beer batter. It's also tasty served in a peanut sauce. Neither boiling nor baking seems to diminish the musty scent of this thing. It should not have been eaten. Raw or cooked, the legs of this are quite tasty. Seasoned to taste. And that's that. That happened to be the longest section, by the way. Moving from the sales pitches to Louis' notes really shows the duality of Pikmin 2 unused content. So for Olimar's notes, which I'll be putting here because the duality thing. Let's start with common scientific names and scientific families. The red bulbor's only scientific name is Oculus Kageyami SSP Red, as the dwarf red bulbors is Pansartus Sudoculi Red. The spotty bulbors is Oculus Terribilis, that was a misspelling his family name, calling it the Grobu Dog family. The fiery bulblax's early scientific name is Oculus Volcano. The water bulbhog's early common name is Spitty Blowhog. The image bulblax's early entries don't capitalize the G in Grubdog and calls it the Queen Bulborb. That, including the occasional misspelling, is just some simple frilly stuff. I just want to get the stuff out of the way for the real meat and potatoes. You know, the actual entries. This large organism, animals and cranial morphology of the grubdog family, wears the characteristic bulging eyes. As with most grubdogs, the cranium comprises half the organism's length and girth. Showing a scarlet abdomen with white spots, this creature primarily nocturnal, choosing prey smaller creatures returning to their nests. Subspecies of different colors have recently been discovered, and academics split into schools over handheld treatment of them. Initially identified as a juvenile red bulborb, recently reached places this creature in the bread bug. A close relative of the vanilla bread bug, escapes predation by bulbors through mimicry. Unique adaptation, the red bulbor's crimson coloration allows species to commingle. Such effective adaptation by a prey species is rare, making this a cleverly skillful mimic. A mid-sized subspecies in the grub dog family was some other grub dogs, but they adopt the passive behaviors of typical grub dogs, and honey only wasn't to its limited territorial range. Bulbo bear appears at regular toll will set track and search for food. When entering Bulbo habitat, it's wise to proceed with extreme caution as Bulbo's patrol path can be identified. I know we didn't do so good in the first part, but I did like so many takes for that, and that's probably the best it's ever going to sound, so we have to deal with it. A grub dog larva is third to development, its body structure during maturation. However, like mature Bulbo bears, it becomes on patrol route and thus dependent and still follows its parent. As its name implies, this is Bulbo at its early stage of development. Distinct bulbal coloration to appear, but only boasts other bulbal characteristics and is capable of acquiring nourishment independently. Bodily excretions of highly flammable wax-like substance interact with the cell structure of the scrub dog's skin, causing a chemical reaction that produces extremely high temperatures. The skin benefits from sponge-like cell structure that diffuses the surface heat, protecting the inner organs. Due to the remarkable flames and heat produced by this beast, they caution needed in handling it. A resident of tide pools and marshes, this creature feeds the insects that fall into the water. It is the closest relative of the bulbo, with the skeletal structure of its traditional cousin nearly wholly intact, often close to familial origin sexually only recently emigrated to the waterways. This creature expels from its snout a phosphorus compound that combusts upon contact with the air. This fire breathing is dependent on the air-to-fuel ratio of the mouth, the catalyst reaction of the expelled compound, and purification of the compound. Thus, it's highly unlikely such a complex process will cause the spontaneous combustion of a fallen blowhog. This process also perhaps avoid the risk of spontaneous combustion in the blood of a large specimen. However, one should treat a fire blowhog with great care, even after life functions have ceased. A variant subspecies of the fire blowhog, the spade blowhog lacks several genes producing the catalyst needed to produce fire, and thus merely spits out the basic liquid produced cells prior to being transformed into a catalyzer. It is a variant that has appeared only recently, but the hereditary traits of this variant appear dominant, and thus the present subspecies is rapidly increasing its numbers. Until Pikmin 3. This species of blowhog uses internally generated hydrogen to inflate a flotation bladder and hover above the ground. The creature's electrolyzed pulse creates a sash of flow that flows along the surface of its body, making it a particularly beautiful blowhog specimen. Precisely how it's able to internally stable its highly explosive hydrogen simultaneously generate electricity remains a mystery. The puff of blowhog blows falling and grasped by the insects underneath. It maintains a mid-air balance of both views fins and releasing air through the holes in the creature's sides and will float effortlessly even in gentle breezes. In times of danger, it can release its flotation bladder for instantaneous escape from trouble. While at close relative of the puff blowhog, its breath is significantly weaker, but does contain petal-withering ethylene-like plant hormone causing all flowers that come into contact with its breath to immediately lose their petals. Although its breath has not been studied in detail, analysis of the chemical compounds evolved to a great pulse for the biotechnology sector. Initial observations place down the capability of the grub dog family to support a strong ant or bee-like social structure, but recent studies show the family is capable of such complexity. With the egg sac for the largest female grub dog within a given branch displaying dramatic proportions in response to environmental changes, such as sudden depletion of prey species, these females temporarily take on the role of pack matriarch. Also, upon pack formation, it's been observed that nearly all males not involve in species reproduction undergo natural sex changes. The characteristics of specimens are quite intriguing indeed. The largest member of the grub dog family, the emperor bullblocks is normally found poised burrowed deep into the ground. Such camouflage allows the creature to surprise smaller creatures that pass by and prey upon them with its long adhesive tongue. Its hide is quite thick and angular at the hump with a rock-like quality. When the rainy season comes spurring the growth of moss, it's nearly impossible to distinguish this beast back from any garden variety of stone. You know, I just realized I did lose notes before this. I suppose I could move it around, but I did write some context-sensitive stuff, and it'd be extra work, and plus, who cares that's out of order? Evidently not me. So out of that would come cutscene text, I believe. There's no mail this time. To start, the return of the illustrious formatting change. After that, in the end, Count Almer escaped. He returned home. Thanks to you, our company's been saved! What? There's still more treasure? He's not here! I will go! This line gained an extra question mark. Louis? Are you dying? No! He appears only to have fainted. He's always running into trouble in fainting. Instruct the Pikmin to carry him. There's not enough room for him in the cockpit. We'll have to keep him in the cargo hold with the treasure. I can't shake the feeling that I've heard some of this stuff before. You have found a suspicious object. My analysis suggests it's a key to the next floor. And yet, this shape. Have I not seen it before? Clearly I must be mistaken. Let's do menu text next. I just want to get this stuff out of the way. First, it changes the file select. And then the world map, which changes the pause menu text. There is some for the Cave Engines menu as well. This changes the Delve Deeper message, and this changes for the Give Up and Leave message. It certainly is a rather interesting one. Here's a few very exciting changes for the saving messages. The cave results, today's report, the final results, the return to planet message, some challenge mode changes, and this change to the two-player battle rules menu. Now for the names. I'm going to start with the treasures. Ugly Duck, Rubber Ugly, Second Jump at a Core Launcher, Great Pastry World Confection Hoop, Crystallized Rachel Mission Sphere, Crystal Love to Love Sphere, Crystallized Life to the Mirth, Sphere, Super Fixed Streak, Super Strong Stabilizer, Poison Wave Saver, Space Wave Receiver, Diet Killer to Diet Doomer, Insect Snack to Bug Bait, Milk Bath to Milk Tub, Roll Dime to Regal Diamond, Space Cat to Wiggle Noggin, Omega Booster to Make a Flywheel, Spill Sculpture, Glee Spinner, Shock Room to Anticut Fungus, Crystal Creature, Male to Crystal King, Pitch Fight Ursa to Fossilize Earth Stay, Tree Cone to Conifer Spire, Prehistoric Fossil, Colossal Fossil, Couple Awakened to Invigorator, Pitch Level to Moon Element, Red Overkill, Pink Menace, Ice Heart to Frosty Bobble, Fossilized Life Form Male Summerall, Gemstar Husband, Fossilized Life Form Female Summerall, Gemstar Wife, Sleep Zone Universal Calm, Treasure of Wonder to Unspeakable Wonder, Broken Time Machine, Different Mechanism, Futures Orb to Future Orb, Negative Ion Converter, Shock Therapist, Chemical Weapon to Comedy Bomb, Magic Just to Mystical Disc, Gold Saucer Football Player, Space Alignment, Essence True Love, Mind Mental Love to Essence Desire, Push Marcus, Toxic Toastal, Gotham Devotion, Spirit Computer, Download CPU, Good Community Network Main Brain, Repair Maniac to Repair Juggernaut, Stick into Exhaust Super Stick, Sleep Cookie to Imperative Cookie, Wolf Cookie to Compel Cookie, Rock Cookie to Impenetrable Cookie, Boss to Corpulent Dutch, Linguist to Clairvoyance, it's kinda hard to say, Eternal Emerald to Eternal Emerald Eye, Digital Lamp to Danger Time, Double Spells to Boss Alert, Love and Courage Reactor, Courage Reactor, Child Memory to Remember Old Buddy, Swell Shell Scrum to Shell, Proof Life to Memorial Shell, Agile Work Spirit Flogger, and finally, Cavity Companion to Enamel Buster. Let's move from treasures to equipment names. Slave Guard to Scorch Guard, Plug Megaphone to Plugaphone, Dash Booster, Rush Boots, Pick Up to Treasure Gauge, Mega Speaker to Mega Tweeter, Sphere Wrap to Spherical Atlas, Explosion Mat to Explorer Chart, and Anti-Electrocution Hazard to Anti-Electrifier. But the most interesting change was Treasure Antenna to Knapsack. The Treasure Antenna was renamed the Sulky Antenna. Its model was stored in the file Reddit_beta SES. It was eventually coded off to another file for some reason or another, but the reason is exactly important here, and the 5 in Knapsack filled the empty file. From what I could tell, that's exactly what happened. It could have happened in a different order, but the order isn't exactly important here either. Some enemies got renamed too. Spade Blowhog to Watery Blowhog, Giant Flint Beetle to Iridescent Glint Beetle, Fuzzy Whisker Pillar to Ravenous Whisker Pillar, Egg to Matite, and a Stick Weevil to Caustic Weevil, which means the exact same thing. 3 of the 4 areas were renamed, Force of Awakening to Awakening Wood, the Perplexing Spring to Perplexing Pool, and Land of Promise to Wistful Wild. On the subject of very short things, 2 of the 2-player battle stages were renamed, the Coliseum to Coliseum, and the Plains to Carpet Plain. As for Challenge Mode, Cave Explorer's Cave, Full of Dreams to Brawny Abyss, Maze to Concrete Maze, Toy Box to Vast Lost Toy Box, the Special to Twilight Garden, Level Cave to Cavernous Abyss, Cave Secrets to Crypto Cavern, Cave of Hastings to Red Chasm, the Secret Garden to Hidden Garden, Trample Cavern to Trample Cavern, the Cave of Goat to Breeding Ground, Underground House to Hot House, the Green Hole to Green Hole, Firewire Training to Hazard Training, Tricolor Training to 3-color Training, Newcomers Training to Novice Training, Wrestle Libations. Hey, it's that name again, to Snack Pit, Cave of Smells to Bullied, Abduction Cave to Abduction Den, Subtraining Guard to Subterranean Lair, Dogford Cavern to Cave of Pain, and Cave of Rumblings to Rumbling Grotto. But I saved the most interesting changes for last. Cave name changes. Cave of Emergence to Emergence Cave, a pretty no-nonsense change. But then, the Purple Hothouse to White Flower Garden. Purple Pikmin on day 3 sounds kinda strange. A common thing among these changes is that they often have some pretty cool sounding names, like, for example, Well of Waves to Citadel Spiders. The Citadel Spiders doesn't have any water hazards, making the name not make any sense. Of course, talking about early names here, and play stuff probably happened because of likely retheming and name change. It's my personal theory that's given me to visit much later on. If you remember from way back, I mentioned those wings of Perplexing Pool for an early landing site. If starting from there, Citadel Spiders will be harder to reach, and you might even have blue Pikmin at that point. In fact, all the Perplexing Pool cases have some pretty interesting changes. The Submarine Castle Legends Kitchen, another name and another location, probably for the Submerged Castle. Garden of White Flowers to Shower Room. The developers must have gotten somewhat trigger happy with new Pikmin types and decided to introduce them earlier. Palace of the Queen to Bulblack's Kingdom. I'll let you figure out exactly what this change means. The Snagrit's Nest to Snagrit Hole. They both mean the same thing, but the other name's a bit cooler. For the last Perplexing Pool Cave, look up Ruined Submerged Castle. Given Submerged Castle location, I said the name makes sense, and it's also a very cool name. Shame they cut it. There's Den of Chaos and Hole of the Heroes. I'll let you figure out exactly what they turned into. And finally, Cave of the Deep Dark to Dream Den. That's a very ominous and dramatic name, isn't it? That covers the early English text from the Japanese disc, but that's not the end of the unused text. There's testing and debug stuff, and even developer comments. In the realm of developer comments, I don't actually know what they are. I only know of 2 currently, only one of them actually relates to what I'm talking about right now. A comment left in the Boring Snagwit in the Valley Repose more or less translates to Boring Snagwit filled with treasure, meaning the pink minerals was likely held inside of it at one point. Next, let's move on to test messages. Or they could be debug messages for all I know. Test message 9995. Test message 9996. Under construction, ID 9999. This message was moved, ID 1005. This message was moved, ID 1006. Test area, ID 8894. Test area, ID 8894_01. Test area, ID 8894_02. Test area, ID 8894_03. A quick prime function of the lazy, Damadeo, which means don't do that, MOC equals mouse on cars, and this last one, which I probably can't say out loud. There's some strange, very non-specific entries for Treasure Hoard in Piklopedia. A hard, shiny rock, highly valuable, makes an excellent gift. Stretches like to look for prey, but if I Pikmin, it gobbles them up instead of chasing them. There's 2 messages that will be displayed on the treasure collected screen, one for above ground treasures, it's been added to your treasure log, and one for treasures found in a cave. You can't log the treasure until you reach the surface. It would seem to suggest you could read the treasure hoard, and probably the Piklopedia too, without needing to be on the world map. But I have evidence to back that up, and in addition, I just made that theory. There's even some text of unused cutscenes. First, I'll look for the 2 unused onion boot cutscenes. We'll see these later. Probably. The yellow onion has awakened. You should plug the seeds of release as soon as they sprout. The blue onion has awakened. Plug the seeds of release as soon as they sprout. No equivalent text exists for the red onion. Strangely though, the text to plug the seeds the onion releases, yet the blue and yellow onions don't produce seeds when discovered. Next, text with the onion's camera tutorial. We'll also see this later. Maybe. What are your thoughts, Captain Olimar? Has this planet changed since your first visit? I'm certain discoveries you missed before with detection by more experienced eyes. I would suggest you place your surroundings carefully. For safety's sake, I should review camera controls with you. First, face forward, press L. To rotate the camera, slide to press L and move the camera's analog stick. Next, if you want to zoom the camera, press R. Press R repeatedly to go through 3 levels of zoom. Finally, to adjust camera angles, press D which is above R. Press D repeatedly to switch between the 2 different angles. That is my entire explanation. Almar, you look bored. Louis, you look confused. If you fail women's basic skills, you will never survive in the cutthroat corporate world. And finally, the text or dialogue, or whatever you want to call it, for cutscene related to suit damage. Your spacesuit has sustained damage. Excess damage to space can be life-threatening. If you sustain too much damage, I'm afraid the disk operations will end immediately. I have no suit repair facilities, so you must repair your suit yourself at the end of each day. This piece of power is the very case bottom left. Pay close attention to it. Then there's this thing for Piklopedia, which, no matter how much I look at it, I will never understand what it's saying. But maybe I'm just having a very good candidate for the world's largest brain fart. And to finally cap off unused text until the end of time, probably, an unused Dutch translation. It only has a small part of the options being translated, along with a quick brown fox message. And that's it. I mean, I don't have the text, but apparently it does exist. You're probably wondering exactly what will come after unused text. What could possibly top such a monstrous beast? To top text might be too much to ask for, but I've got a pretty good contender lined up. All of the unused content related to caves. Let's start this mini journey off with unused floor layouts. I'm not going to bother narrating these because there's really nothing to mention about them. Maybe except for one explanation. Rooms. Well, that and the only thing I'd show you are red images of floors. But what exactly is a room? Rooms are cave units that are larger than typical 1x1 hallways, branching paths, and dead ends. These make up the large amount of playable space on a given floor, and they're where most objects are placed. Speaking of objects, the floors I'm about to show you, or the red images of the floors themselves, use the minimum amount of rooms necessary to place all the random objects. Have fun! This layout is the only one in the game to use 6 rooms. This layout is the largest in the game at 7 rooms, and it's also the only one to use that amount. So for something only marginally more exciting, environment testing caves. The first is what's known as cave_info_conk. This cave is by far the best amount of enemies in any of these testing caves. These caves are a bit weird though. They're typically all 5 levels long, but they're all exactly the same, save for different lighting file. The lighting files are usually part of a series if the file names are to be believed. I want to briefly mention the formatting of what you're seeing. Let me explain it. Each sublevel has a list of things it needs to spawn, and usually has a predetermined list of enemies with a predetermined chance of spawning. There's also a predetermined minimum of each enemy. After the minimum of each enemy is spawned, the game randomly chooses from the list. After that, because cave_info_Europa, it's only with this cave to have only 2 sublevels. The second one also uses an otherwise unused lighting file. Next is cave_info_toy. This testing cave uses is entirely some otherwise unused lighting. The second sublevel, oddly enough, uses a slightly different list of enemies and objects, placing two hosts before 2 extra random enemies from the list. The remaining sublevels use this list as well. And lastly, cave_info_sushi, or however you pronounce that. The most interesting and really only interesting thing about this cave is that everything past the first level uses no objects. The rest of these caves probably went for environment testing. They're probably testing other things, like dam_cave_metal. Each map for testing bosses and man-legs different arenas. The first levels have man-legs fight like normal, but the third have right with raging long legs, and then Titan Weevil on the fourth. Unless the Titan Weevil cutscene's already been seen, the game will crash. There's a similar thing with dam_cave_sushi, so only one sublevel long, but players will fight the Titan Weevil in the Black's arena. Just like last time, the game will crash, the cutscene has already been seen. Next is a cave whose name I can't pronounce, if it even is named the cave. Anyway, this cave starts with simple bread bug testing. So bread bugs quite a few sugar and sunseed berries. The cave is in level 2, also with bread bug testing. The 4 bread bugs get turned into giant bread bugs. Here's another doozy of an unpronounceable name. This cave is 1 sublevel long and is designed to test body bull bears. Those horrid creatures. Palm_floor. It seems to be testing both the green kind of bud and the eggs. It also has honey wisps. There's quite a bit of unstuff-related challenge mode. I hope you like boring things. But then again, if you've gotten this far, you probably do. Let's get the most interesting stuff out of the way first. The first one here is an early version Explorer's Cave. We'll look at the stuff on screen and want to make small clarification. If you see treasure named square brackets, that treasure will have the enemy above it. Just so you know. After that comes novice training, and it's a bit more interesting than last time, but unused challenge mode stuff can only be so interesting. Actually though, this cave is one of the challenge mode cave scenes in Prerelease footage that I talked about. It's all coming together. This version of the Lost Toy Box can also be seen in Prerelease footage, which I also talked about. I was correct. It was the Lost Toy Box. Now that we hit Kriya's garden, you might as well the formatting has changed. Well, I've not hit the less interesting changes. I'll just let the editing continue to do its thing. After that, siege_Miyuki_Udakera. The siege prefix denotes case for challenge mode. Udakera, on the other hand, is one of the 2 internal names of Titan Weevil, the other being Big Treasure. So with a name like that, you could correctly assume the case something to do with challenge mode and Titan Weevil. I'll admit that outside of the file name and general observations, the case doesn't have much with challenge mode. But onto the cave itself. The first level is a standard no-nonsense fight with a Titan Weevil, except it drops the key. The second level is also the last one, has another fight with the Titan Weevil except in Empress Bulbax's arena. Siege and Muki and Queen is similarly and equally lacking nonsense. It's a one-level cave with a fight with Empress Bulbax, who drops the key when killed. There are two more keys that are related to challenge mode, if they're finally to be believed. Challenge_1 is up first. It's 15 floors of, well, a whole lot of stuff. Apparently, though, everything at the fifth level is just duplicate. Duplicate of what exactly? I wish I could tell you. Challenge_2 is a bit more normal, if you can even call it that. There's only 5 sublevels this time. I'm going to place Cave Info_Queen and Cave Info_King here, because I am not entirely sure what these caves are for. I think it could be for testing, but oh well, the order in which you do these isn't terribly important. Starting with Cave Info_Queen is a 2-level cave with 5 Empress Bulbax in each one. Big surprise! Level doubles Empress Bulbax with 4 Bulbarb larva. Why exactly did they do that again? On the first floor, the Empress Bulbax drops the Justice Alloy. On the second, they're ugly. Cave Info_King is only slightly more complicated. The first floor uses 3 Emperor Bulbax and a bunch of bomb rocks, all stuff that you've seen in the game before. One Emperor Bulbax is a whole electric element, and the Justice Alloy just chills on the ground for no reason. Because it's cool. What else would it do? The second sublevel is exactly the same, except it uses a different lighting file. EQ_Tutorial_1 is a single sublevel cave whose defining characteristic is having every treasure as part of the Explorer's Friends series out in the open, where to be collected. It's probably used for testing. Along with those early challenge mode caves, a few more caves are playable at E3 2003. Not E3 2003 again! That place must have been loaded with Pikmin 2! Wish I was there. Anyway, there were 3 keys created specifically to be played there. The first is E3_1. It's a pretty easy key, it's only 2 syllables long. The second is E3_2. You can probably see where these names are going. It's of the length the last one has stuff for enemies. The third and last one is, you guessed it, E3_3. This one's 5 syllables long, has stuff for enemies. Even ends with a boss. There are about 3 things I'll talk about that are entirely within the realm of Unused related things. Well, then Unused things and whatnot. Yeah, those. But I'll talk about this after I'm done with this. Right now we have the 2 longest caves in the game, locking in at 32 and 34 sublevels. The first is the last_4. This cave with 32 floors of nothing but enemy testing. I won't narrate these. For one thing, because you break my voice, and for another thing, that's less work for me. One note though. Sometimes the cutting floor does give an image a show, meaning I can't plagiarize the image show you here. But the missing image is only in the case of a sublevel using the same layout file as the last one, meaning it would look nearly the same. So it kinda makes sense when you think about it. It's a bit disappointing, but it makes sense. Now, you've heard the previous cave info a few times already, but now it's time for the mother of all cave infos, a cave apparently titled Cave Info. Each 34 floors is what seems to be only versions of very different floors from various different caves across the game. Don't believe me? Well, first of all, why wouldn't you? And second of all, take a look. Well, that certainly was something. And for a last something, 2 more caves. Don't worry, they are very short. The first is video_cave_info_metal, which is about to avoid anything that isn't an anode beetle. It's only one sublevel long. The other is video_cave_info_sushi. The first level features no enemies and some treasures, and second is quite a few enemies and only some treasures. Given these caves' file names, it's believed that either for promotional videos or for the quote-unquote attractive cutscenes that play on the title screen. As previously mentioned, after the caves themselves become cave settings, things are supposed to spawn but never do, and things like that. Speaking of which, in Cavern of Chaos level 2, a green glowstone is supposed to spawn. On level 8, 24 bomb marks are supposed to spawn, but only 21 ever will. In Dream Domes level 8, 2 fiddleheads are supposed to spawn. On the second sublevel of Cave of Snarls, 99 green glowstones are supposed to spawn, but the sublevel only have generated a way that allows 28 of them to. On the first level of Breeding Ground, the file says 20 dandelions and 60 markets are supposed to spawn, but only 16 dandelions and exactly 0 markets ever will. On the last level of the Sniper Room, 2 armor cannon leveling a tier stone are supposed to spawn, but only 1 actually does. The generation file of Merchant's Case level 1 indicate that hallways, branching paths, and dead ends can spawn, but as you hopefully know, the sublevel only generates in one way. All of the plaza, whatever you want to call it, type floors have in the file's ability to generate a forward path cave unit, but none of them have generated in such a way as to allow it to appear, making it unused. We'll see it later. Sublevel 14 of Dream Dead has the ability to spawn hallways, branching paths, and dead ends, this time for pipeline cave units. Of course, they never actually do spawn. The 9th level of Dream Den, all the sublevels of Merge Castle, probably except for the 5th, are supposedly the song that plays the 6th level full of heroes. But in both cases, a different song is hard-coded to play. Speaking of this Merge Castle, the water can up the professional noise make on any sublevel. Despite this, the treasure gauge will ignore it. Additionally, every sublevel in the game has the water-based timer. Yes, every one. However, most of them are inert. Sublevel 5 of the Submerged Castle has a unique timer setting of 15 seconds, but, as you hopefully know, the water is then triggered by a timer on the sublevel. The parameter F017 can spawn two randomly placed and connected seesaw blocks. It's not surprising here that there's some unused cave units. Well, I did kind of just mention it. Well, okay, here we go. There are a few units dedicated to hold treasure in a branching path or turn. Here are the three-way branching path ones. However, some of these unused units look exactly the same as the ones they're based on, so I'll just find an image of those instead. Actually, I already have them, because, well, you know what happened. Here are the four-way branching path units. And here are the turning units. I kind of wonder why they only come in three styles. Where are the snowy ones, for example? Here's that four-way path unit that I mentioned earlier. These units are duplicates of other units, only differing on the layout.txt file. These files determine where things spawn each cave unit, which I guess is a simplified explanation. This uses one part of a bomber puzzle in Submerged Castle, as in the 20-foot sublevel of Cave Info. And finally, whatever the heck this thing is. It's ugly. While technically not confined to caves, there are several unused lighting files. Judging by the file names, developed at least most of the unused lighting files were intended for the caves. The two major groups, with a few more miscellaneous ones. The first major group is the files prefixed with something that I'm not going to pronounce. However you say it, it translates to Queen. I might be able to say this. Sirohana. Anyway, it translates to white flower. You can probably imagine what this is supposed to be used. I'll leave the rest to the editing. The 8th level Dream Den, both levels of the Hot House, on 7 Collector's Room, has a skybox released to VR Box. VR Box, though, is the name of the folder that has the skyboxes in it. Both levels for the Green Hole have this skybox released to F010, which doesn't exist, so the game uses no skybox. VR Box also has a file named Mech, but all poor Mech has name is an empty folder also named Mech. Mech. Also, there's some carrying waypoints outside the Titan Weevils arena. So far, two major things have been knocked out, and the lighting is here too. But there's a third pillar, the last of the major things. Who could forget about the treasures? They're a bit complicated, but start with the simplest thing first. The completely unused treasures. Pal_Denji_1 may have been early attempt to localize the national high-top batteries. That's what Denji means, by the way. Pal_Denji_1_Pan is basically the same thing. The pan is probably short of Panasonic, if I had to guess. Here's another Panasonic battery, but now encased in a snow globe or something. Most local items do exist, but all just flat textures. And yes, the file name is misspelled. Speaking of file names, elsewhere is the file name few_C, which translates to increase, so exactly what it would have done is a bit of a mystery. Light_B says there could be a second light-based upgrade, which makes sense. Radar_C is going to be a third radar-based upgrade. The first, Radar_A, is a treasure gauge, or rather put a detector to be more accurate. The second is a 5-band NASDAQ, as found in Radar_B, if you remember. If they couldn't come up with the second radar upgrade, it's even more likely there wouldn't be a third. The design, though, if you back up a couple more feet, squint your eyes, and use your imagination, does somewhat resemble a blank version of the radar as seen on the pause screen. This would be in line for functionality for it, and would even make sense if it was unlocked by a large, signal-saving piece of equipment. Rocket_Pack may have been used for the boot knuckles, but come on, man, it's a missile! That makes about as much sense as raptor talons. Here's map_03. As for 01 and 02, you can probably guess what they are. This seems like the Whistle Wild would unlock the same ways in Plexible Awakening would. It's a bit strange to think about, but shouldn't take too long to get used to. But any semblance of normalcy is lost, where map_04 is realized to exist. So there would be a fifth area of Pikmin 2 is just, let's just say that's asinine. Besides, there's only thing I think that implies this, so normalcy is just mildly disturbed. Found only in the PAL folder were these treasures, delivered as the chocolate frost and strawberry frosted donuts. Apparently the early donuts were chocolate. Fun fact, there are two correct ways to spell donut. There are also early versions of strawberry and white chocolate truffles. Some treasures aren't early versions. Heck, some of them come with icons. So let's look at those. A vanilla frosted donut, similar design from the ones from earlier. A diamond. A red flower of some kind. Some type of gear-like thing. It reminds me of the SS Dolphin's main engine. This kind of ugly-looking blue yo-yo. Ah yes, this thing. On the other side it says 144. It resembles the turret from German Panther tank used during World War II. Here's a bottle cap with an icon that looks different, and a tiara. If I quit the coloring floor here, this image may be a bit off. A Japanese GameCube disc for The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, one for Luigi's Mansion, Super Mario Sunshine, and Pikmin. If that were in the game, the universe might have, well, imploded. I'm glad the developers paid humanity the torture of experiencing an imploded universe. While it's not a treasure, find the folders anyway. This text was used to test indirect lighting. Also in the PAL folder, quite a few dummy model textures, or whatever they are. The corresponding models and textures broken by various sizes, although they are consistent. Honestly, I can't make much sense with these things, the best I can do is show you. These things come in 4 colors, each telling how many sides the corresponding model has along with the size of its name and base texture. I think I know what that means. Anyway, I'll do my best to use Google Translate to help out here. Starting with the blue guys, I have a 6-sided model with a 64x64 model name texture and 32x32 model base texture. I know the texture dimensions are important, but I found the numbers and I'm going to tell you anyway.
Cheese.
The green ones have a 10-sided model with a 64x64 name texture and a 128x128 base texture. The yellow fellas here have a 12-sided model with the first texture dimensions. Their name texture is 128x128 and their base texture is 64x64. The red dudes have a 14-sided model with both the name and base textures being 128x128. After that comes the confusing part. It should be no surprise to say the treasures went through a few different revisions over the years. In fact, it seems to be 4 separate generation treasures, including the following game's treasures. Some treasures were changed completely, others simply redesigned. Some treasures received the final time with the last generation, while some were added until after the first. Some treasures just have icons, while others actually have models. Some treasures were even moved to different files. To say, it's a bit complicated. Much like bullet web classification, there are 2 schools of thought on how to present this information. I never actually got to editing this section of the original video, so I never knew to figure out exactly how to do this. I could try either A, group all the treasures of the same generation together, or B, list each treasure's history separate. I think I'll go with option B. I'm also going to go in order of each treasure hoard number. Unfortunately, the Japanese treasures are the only ones I have to go by, but I'll make it work. This also means it could be hard for me to comment on these things, but I doubt you're too disappointed about that. If you remember way back when I was talking about pre-release stuff, I said about a certain blue star ring with a round base that you see it later. Well, that later is now. Sure, I've only got the icon, but it's here. Now I just gotta remember all the other stuff I was gonna talk about later. I hope you had a nice break, because you're going to get another one. Pikmin 2 has a good amount of unused music. Instead of talking, I'll just leave on-screen notes. So go on! You've got some unused music to listen to. Hey look, Ma! It's the value reposes unused burgeoning spiderwort variant! Why am I here telling you this? To introduce you. That's why. Hey look, Ma! The Valley Proposed is the only song on Unused version Spider-Wart variant. Even the caves have them too. These songs, like key music in general, use randomization. They can even pan certain instruments, or rather notes, to different speakers. The left side plays one of 3 notes for either 2, 4, or 8 beats. The right speaker plays one of 4 notes for either 2, 4, 6, or 8 beats. Exactly what notes are played depends on the song. One issue I had originally when editing this part was determining where each song ended, so I ended up just trying to find the length of the bass song, doubling that and ending it right there. And that's what I'll be doing here. So go on, you've got more unused music to listen to. Besides those, there are 8 more unused variants. These guys care less about panning a different size, and more about playing combinations of notes. However, these ones are missing their orchestra pad, which I believe means we don't know what instruments would have played these notes, so nobody can be sure exactly what they would have sounded like. So an orchestra pad taken from the original game will be used here. This more than likely isn't what they sounded like, but oh well. There are a few shorter songs as well, even some unused fanfares. Somewhat on the topic of unused music is the unused configuration file that hosts an early list of the game's sequence music. It's missing quite a few songs and also the volume of 40. Whatever that means. The file game uses differing volumes. Ignoring any unused treasures, this game has 3 unused models. The first one here is UFO. It's a dolphin, but it's missing quite a few details. The missing guard satellite, and its elevator and Geiger counter are the most obvious. Speaking of obvious, I'm not going to say it. It even has one animation, which follows the most logical parts of the ship moving. And this time, it's not sarcasm. Found in 2 places in the files this early or test model for the seesaw blocks, called Downfloor. It has 3 animations, one called On, probably for Pikmin being thrown onto it, one called Down, which does just that, and one called Wait, where it does... wait for it. Nothing. This is an unused Oliver model. Barring the obvious lighting or texture issue and the funky animations, looks about the same to me, but I can't secure the Pikmin 2 Oliver model to memory. But it does have the long missing antenna ball, so that's something. On a similar subject are graphics, of which this game has plenty. First up here is Title. It's Pikmin but in Japanese and in a very shiny blue font, and it's missing the 2. Then there's Title 2, which seems to apply to Pikmin 2 since sponsored by the Disney Channel. My best guess to where these would have been used is the GameCube's game start screen, as well it's the game's title. It's even called Title. Here's some textures related to a map editor. There's a chance there's no map editor in the game though. That'd be pretty cool. Well, there could be as far as I know, but I don't think it's likely. These textures knows mapcode_text. They seem to be most of the train types found in the overworld. The single Japanese character means whole, according to Google Translate. Root Umjur seems to be textured relating to managing the Pikmin's roots. Pikmin 2 has 2 unused .blow files. .blow files is the file type used by Nintendo, but I can tell they control 2-dimensional stuff, specifically sprites. It seems to be this file to control the HUD elements. Pikmin Super Mario Sunshine also use .blow files. Pikmin 2, though, actually is the most updated version of these files, if the name's anything to go by. While Pikmin 2 is the Screenblow 02 type, the unused one is the Screenblow 01 type, which also used by Super Mario Sunshine. But on to the actual things themselves. The first one is known as Test and likely only ever served for that purpose. It also, for some reason, features 2 sprites from 1983 Namco arcade game Mappy. I'll assume these were procured legally. The other is Key Edit. It's very simple. These 2 textures may or may not be associated with it. This here may be a mock-up of an early world map. The top is taken up by kind of labeled number of recovered treasures. The D count is the top right with an uncapitalized D. It's sure been a while since we've seen that. The top up on the left reads Land of Hope, which is similar to Whistle Wild's Japanese name Land of Promise. 4 caves listed, but they have the exact same name, Absolute Worst Cave. The options labeled with the X and Y buttons for the Piklopedia and Treasure Hoard, or the Treasure Encyclopedia as is known here, respectively. This is a missing character graphic used the game needs to use the character the game's font doesn't support. It translates to error. Well, technically not unused, as opposed is kind of interesting. The names areas seen with the loading screen and for the different categories in today's report have wispy effects added to them. Actually, these effects, for the most part, use different graphics. This value proposed graphic is used in introducing today's report. This graphic translates today's result. In Japan, though, it's today's report. It's used in the Awakening Woods loading screen. This new Challenge graphic is used in the Perplexing Pool and Wistful Wilds loading screens. This is an 80 pixel wide Piklopedia icon for the fiery bulb blacks. The reason I mention this size is because icons that wide only used by bosses. Interestingly, there's a game over graphic. They makes me wonder how someone could have actually gotten a game over. A mystery for the ages. This is a placeholder icon for the Piklopedia. You could also say that Pikmin 2 predicted the E-meme. This little gemstone is Techie_Carcass. Apparently this would have been used in the cave results. Today's report screens represent how much money you got from enemy corpses. Even though I can't remember exactly what the font icon looks like, it looks very similar to say the least. I also found this on the Pikmin wiki. No, not Piklopedia, the Pikmin wiki. You know, the one with Tyrone? So I'm a bit dubious, let's say. There are 3 unused roulette icons to play a battle. There's one for Fire Cost Beetle depending on what team you're playing on, one for Tenda Beetle, and one for a Spotty Bullbear. Now that's mean. A duplicate of the Beetle icon also exists. Speaking of which, both the Glow Stem and Queen Candy Pop button have duplicate Piklopedia icons. This is an unused card back texture. I could only imagine what it would have been used for. This here is a small text used on the Water Wraith. The one that's appearance of VRFrame but for shaders, whatever those are. But whatever it means, this texture just can't be seen. This is some sort of early icon for the ship. I don't know if there are any words to describe what this looks like, but unfinished and ugly come to mind. In reality, though, it only appears to be missing the colors and finer details. This is a smoke texture. There are even some unused particle effects. This Elmer version of the particle effects emitted down from Louis' antenna when whistling. Surprise, also a Louis version. There's some unused cutscenes, all featuring unused music and text you've already seen. But now you can see them all put together. Isn't that cool? To start with the unused so-called onion boot cutscenes. The reason text block closes itself is because the game points message doesn't exist. The game is just like, "No, mate," and immediately closes it. The other cutscenes don't have this problem. The reason the alien is placed here is because he's moved here on purpose. The counter coordinates of the cutscene aren't specified, the game defaults to coordinates 000. The alien is moved to actually be seen. The bloated onion is completely unremarkable. So next up is the onion's camera tutorial cutscene. Next, a quote-unquote cutscene called Sound Test. It's kind of funny looking. I guess for lack of any real place to put this, is this. An unused fourth page of the pause screen explaining the controls much like the original game. However, what you're seeing here is a mock-up. None of the text actually exists, so that's just an assumption. There also exists an unused feature line you turn to your last save, again like the first game. This only would make saving the game a lot easier. The text option is ways further down from the bottom of the menu, and if it slides, it will leave the menu to play to unique confirmation menu. It's actually fully functional. Slightly related is another unused function the first game had. This is what I think radar_C unlocked. Essentially, the whimsical radar again. It's fully functional as well, even using rotating icons or treasures that are part of the Explorer's Friend series. Even less related is another unused function, or would it be mechanic in this case, that was also in the first game. The ability to throw Pikmin higher by holding them longer. Technically, those mechanic also went unused in the first game. There, it 100% works. The game actually runs the code while playing, but the minimum and maximum values are exactly the same, making it redundant. In Pikmin 2, though, the values exist, but the ability to run the function does not. Pikmin 2 also sees redundancies like this as well, but get to them eventually. Speaking of, there's plenty more unused logic and the likes. For example, it's game the content's fixed, but every other game is random contents, and they can spawn random 1 of 5 pellets. Somewhat similarly, no object used petrification value of 3, which is this object will have 90% chance to spawn nectar when destroyed, along with 5% chance of either spray. Also speaking of this time petrification, here's another redundancy. Hitting petrified enemy with another bitter spell multiplies petrification duration, but it's multiplied by 1. Technically used, but never utilized. The other redundancy is this. An unused feature that randomizes the size of unknown specialists between 2 values. As you can probably guess though, both minimum and maximum values are exactly the same, in this case 1. Speaking of spectralids though, they have 200 health. For reference, red bulbwebs have 750. Honeywhips though, have a staggering 99,999 health. Although they are programmed to die in one hit just like spectralids. Candy Pop Buds though also have the same insane health amount. Somebody really didn't want those things to die. I think I'm running out of transition, so let's just go somewhat rapid fire. Entering the Emergence Cave on day 1 means the option to give up and escape is grayed out. It seems to me that you actually intend to go there on day 1. I forgot, there's actually one more redundancy. Gas pipes, much like fire geysers, can turn off periodically. However, the gas pipe's off duration is, well, you can figure it out. Its on duration is 3 seconds. The bitty long leg is supposed to drop 25 unarmed spectralids when killed if it doesn't have any treasure. The issue is though that unarmed spectralids, or is it the bitty long legs, isn't on the list of enemies that spawn other enemies. Thus, no unmarked from the beady. The image files with the high scores indicate that at one point the top 5 scores would have been kept instead of the top 3, again like the first game. Honeywhips, Bullet Cannon Beetles, and Nectar Rocks have to have their damage taken from purple landing on it set to 10, different from the standard 50. Eggs, Bomb Rocks, Honeywhips, and Bullet Cannon Beetles have the 10-second stun time, different from the standard 5. Is interesting that the bottom have a stun time because, well, why don't you try and find out? Honeywhips, Bullet Cannon Beetles, Nectar Rock stuff, and the water-based rolls have a 5% stun chance. Some things, like the Nectar Rock stuff, are physically unable to be stunned because they aren't enemies. Both the water-based and scrolls have a whopping stun time of 60 seconds. The most Bulblacks have a stun time of 10 seconds. Fire Guys and Gas Pipe Electrical Wise have a stun time of 5 seconds. The Matite, Valentine Weevil, Toy Blister, Raging Blister, Beetle Long Legs, Mant Legs, Raging Long Legs, and Titan Weevil all have a 5-second stun time. Some enemies have unused seed value should they be delivered to an onion. The Giant Bubba gives 4 seeds, the 4 non-volunteer Weevils and Animal Beetle give 5, the Bubba Such Bug Muta give 8, Bulbman give 10, the Play Sacred and Raging Blues give 25, and the Impel Bulblacks, Empress Bulblacks, and Sacred Cropster give 30. We do know the Raging Blister was above ground at one point, so having seed value makes sense, but it's curious that Bulbman have one. Does that mean Bulbman above ground? Not necessarily. It could be that Bulbman were intended for the 2-player battle mode. Some enemies like Bugs and Cranium Bugs can only be delivered to an onion in this mode. Only one instance the reverse exists though, as seen in the Piklopedia reference which players have unused Poke value of 1. But because of the existence of Rushing Spiderware cave music, this is more than likely intended to be seen, at least at one point. The Electrical Wise ability to, in addition to electrocute, cause Pikmin to be set ablaze, and also drown. This will also cause them to change color, no image provided, I am very sad, and never turn off. To trigger this, either red or blue Pikmin needs to attack it. It makes sense that this was intended for 2-player battle. Pellets, negative both normal and spray variety, and randomly colored Pikmin sprouts can be spawned, but they, well, never are. Shocker. This is actually used in new tests, which I'll get to eventually, but because that's never used, we end up back at square one. A pretty well-known piece of Pikmin 2 unused content is the Pikmin carrots as Pikmin. They don't really animate, they also have a lift on the head with butter or flour, they glow green with idle, make normal Pikmin sounds, and don't have any special abilities. They get skipped over from calculating the closest Pikmin and are least likely to die. They also, rather unsurprisingly, have no standby Pikmin icon. The reason for this is the easier classify the Pikmin carrots as Pikmin to avoid having new babies for the enemies, which only be used in Piklopedia. Although exactly why the Pikmin carrots give us complete abilities is a mystery, they're almost a completely functional Pikmin type. Surely they didn't need all of that stuff to work correctly. This is a wireframe image of what seems to be the Piklopedia version of the Blexing Pool. It's actually partially used in Piklopedia/Treasure Hoard as a decoration, although it's going to be hard to compare and contrast, mostly contrast, the Wireframe pool and the Piklopedia pool and the Perplexing pool. You do know the Piklopedia version's area seem to be based on earlier versions of their respective areas, right? While the Wireframe pool seems to be even earlier. In fact, with this version, the Piklopedia pool had more connection to Distant Spring than the final, so the Perplexing pool must have gone through some heavy revisions. That has no bearing to what I'm talking about, I just want to say it anyway. Anyway, let's first discuss the southern section. The start of the show is a large circular area which powers both the Wireframe and Piklopedia pools. Given this more likely isn't the landing site, my best guess is an arena for the being long legs. Although there doesn't seem to be natural ramps, they may need to build a bridge. The Wireframe pool seems missing in the northern standing section next to the circular arena, but it's really hard to tell thanks to lack of pixels, lack of detail effects, and an overhead view making the vertical walls look like a line, that is, no different from anything else. The Wireframe pool in general seems missing the metal wooden structures that's sticking under the ground. The Wireframe pool is also missing the hump at the very bottom that become a barrier to block off the water from the Unrecovered Island from the water that gets in the shower room. Or maybe it just got moved. Speaking of the shower room, this area doesn't seem to exist. The sunny area next to it does, but not the house structure. So up close to those super high concentration of polygons, which reminds me of the small, just barely on-screen island from one of the pre-release images. The getting yellow Pikmin with the shower room puzzle seems to be intact, and off the left of it is a dense, fidget spinner-like pattern. This, remember, the landing site in the distant spring. This similarly exists the Piklopedia pool, and just barely in the Perplexing pool. I'm not sure why so many polygons are dedicated to it, though. The majority of the northern, specifically northwestern section, is basically impossible to make out. It's possible with tree roots, much like other versions, and tree roots are very polygon dense. Either that small variations in the land. Probably both. The northernmost section with all the squares seems to be intact with the the Piklopedia pool and Distant Spring, until they change it for the final Perplexing pool. I can see the concrete block, I can see the Sand Island thing, it all seems to be there. Now we have new test. If you for some reason don't know what it is, it's a test map. So let's break it down. The place is littered with ramps and distance markers. I think at the bottom is the same text on the side of the ramps. I'm not really sure what it's there for. Maybe it's for testing how fast the leaders move? Both on the left and top are slopes labeled with their angle. The sun on the left is probably used to test things with various slope angles. The sun on the top is water is likely used to test the same thing, but underwater. At the bottom of each slope, a blue wine pellet can be found. The large display on the right could have been used to test how far Pikmin land when thrown from a ledge. Use the same subtexture at the ramp at the very bottom, and every platform above gets successively shorter. The top area looks confusing, but it's actually a footstep sound effect test area. Looking at the texture directly makes it much easier to see what it says. And as these images can attest, this area is also littered with objects. Of course, this isn't surprising. This is a test area. According to the radar, this area's name is Test Area 8394 on score 03, which seems awfully familiar. The texture used is a white rectangle. For some reason, a simplified area that exists, but its biggest change is the removal of the footstep sound effect area. Pikmin 2 actually some unused enemies. Most well known about them comes the form of their enemy IDs. There are 4, ID 39, 64, 82, and 100. Attempting to spawn them will crash the game. ID 39 will spawn a new test in the Awakening Wood. A comment calls it, and I'm very likely to butcher this, Fufuki Mushi. Very similar to the Nintendo's internal name, which is Fufuki. I apologize to all Japanese speakers out there. All that seems to be known about ID 64 is its ID. ID 82 is called Palm. Palm uses a suffix for the names of the different candy pop buds, so it's likely that Palm was a template. ID 100 is much the same, having the name Umimushi Base. Umimushi's name of the Ranging Bloister, and Umimushi Blind's name of the Toady Bloister. Umimushi Base was likely just that. The preview image for Carpet Playing shows an unbathed red marble in an alcove. If you know anything about two-player battle, you know this is completely wrong at every conceivable level. Unrelated, this brings us something I started talking about a long time ago. Purple Pikmin. Purple Pikmin referred to internally as Black Pikmin, so it's likely that at one point they were actually colored black. Need more evidence? I've got more evidence. The valid candy pop bud's internal name is Black Palm. Need more evidence? Think about this. White Pikmin are small and fast, and purple Pikmin are large and slow. Wouldn't it make more sense if they were opposites in color as well? That begs the question, why did Nintendo change it? It was probably just a stylistical choice. After all, purple is much nicer color to look at than black. Or it could be that purple Pikmin are always purple and just simply called Black Pikmin. I don't really have any evidence to support that though. But the name of the fanfare that plays when you use the bitter spray on enemy for the first time calls the bitter spray black, so maybe the game was just confusing the colors. But in the end, we don't need to worry about why things change because of the bigger topic at hand, your life after this video. You're going to need to figure it out soon because we are officially done with Pikmin 2 pre-release and unused content. It's certainly been a wild ride that I've taken one too many times, but I did write something every day without missing one, even though I wanted to. Hence why it's taken me 31 days to get this point. Sure, it's quite a bit longer than the original one, but what are you gonna do? So thank you for sticking till the end. And I'll admit, I think I'm gonna think about Pikmin 2 for, I don't know, at least about 3 minutes.